or commissioners who need technical assistance only. Please do not use the meeting chat for discussion, public comment, questions about agenda items, or requests for further information. All public comments must be shared verbally for the record during the assigned public testimony period. Tonight's meeting will be available for review through YouTube and the Microsoft Teams platforms. A link has been provided on the Planning Commission website 24 to 48 hours after the adjournment of the meeting. The meetings will be available for review with closed captioning on Comcast Xfinity channels 25 and 1085, Verizon Fios channels 39 and 40, 24 to 48 hours after the adjournment of the meeting. Lastly, this is a public forum. Tonight's meeting will be recorded and posted to the county website via a link to YouTube as stated. All information associated with tonight's meeting, whether written or spoken, is subject to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act requirements. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Pardon me, we're having some technical difficulties here. We're trying to make sure that the virtual world can also experience our meeting.
Wow.
Our item for the evening at this moment is a request to adopt the sanitary sewer collection system plan. And we have John Fowler, our staff, to present this item from DES this evening.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Law. I'm Chief Support Engineer at Water Sewer Streets. I'm joined on the phone by Andy Kay and Dan Gilroy from CDM Smith. They were our consultant on this project. So tonight we're here to talk about the sanitary sewer collection system plan update and hopefully get the Planning Commission's approval for the board to adopt the new update. So just kind of quickly go over the Okay, so just kind of tonight we'll just talk real briefly about the system summary, the goals and objectives of this plan update, give you an overview of the changes to the current CIP programs and the upcoming CIP cycle, and then once again review the action plan recommendations. We have not made any changes to the study since I was last here in December. So it's kind of briefly, the system's 459 miles of gravity sewers. The area you see at the top in cyan, that all drains to Blue Plains Treatment Plant, located across from National Harbor in DC. So that crosses over Chain Bridge and goes south in the Potomac Tunnel on the DC side. So it's only about 1 MGD a day. We have about 15,000 manholes in our system. So each pipe segment is typically connected on both ends by a manhole. We have 37,000 accounts, 13 lift stations, and 4 miles of force mains. Force mains are just where gravity can't convey your flow and you have to pump it. Those are all maintained by our water pollution control plant, and their capacity is being evaluated by a separate operation study. The orange areas just show our IJ partner jurisdictions, which are Alexandria, Fairfax County, and City of Falls Church. Then staff-wise, our operations staff consists of 4 flushing crews, 3 CCTV sewer inspection crews, 2 sewer construction crews, and then contractors to augment all the above. Just kind of highlight the water pollution control plant. It's that red dot you see on this slide at the very bottom. It's just how, our population continues to grow, but our water demand continues to decrease. We're down right now to under 20 MGD a day in water. Basically about 90% of the water used in your household, it typically goes into the sewer system, with the rest of it just evaporating or used for like irrigation purposes, things like that. Currently, the county's using about the same amount of water that we used back in the 1960s, when we had about 75,000 fewer residents. The most recent year, ending in December 2023, we saw a slight uptick in water use, but that was primarily just in the summer months because we had one of the worst droughts we've had here in the past 25 years. So it's always interesting to go back and look at these old studies and see what they were projecting for the current time period. So back in 1969, when we were sizing our water system and sewer system, we thought there'd be 400,000 people living in Arlington in 2020, and we'd be using 50 MGDs a day of water. But like I said, we were down to 20 MGDs in 2020. So just interesting to kind of see how always conservative these planning studies are. And obviously, we're at 237,000 residents today. So just review the goals and objectives of the plan. So overall goals to guide the future programs to maintain the gravity sanitary sewer system such that it continues to operate reliably and remain a valuable resource to the county residents. I've kind of grouped the 6 objectives into 2 categories, but the first one is just to describe the county sanitary sewer collection system. That's good to have in the plan just for new staff to get oriented on the background of our system and how it works. The next 2 goals are more reliability based, about documenting the ongoing programs and improvements undertaken by the county to maintain and upgrade the gravity sewer system to serve the needs of the residents and ensure continuous service. Recommending an action plan to improve the condition of the system and ensure that it operates effectively, safely, and efficiently. And then more of the capacity growth oriented goals about identifying and addressing any portions of the gravity sewer system that do not have sufficient capacity for existing and projected future peak wastewater flow demands. Recommending potential programs to address current and future capacity issues, reduce backups and emergencies, optimize operation efficiency, and improve service reliability. And lastly, recommend potential programs to maintain and reduce the rates of groundwater infiltration and stormwater inflow, entering the public and private sewers to reduce treatment and pumping costs, conserve capacity, and improve overall system performance. So basically, to ensure that you have, your system's adequately sized for future growth and development, you do that by creating a hydraulic model of all the pipes in your system. So we basically get a base sanitary flow by using everybody's billing data, and that's all geocoded to the properties, and that establishes that base flow rate. And then we set up 42 temporary flow meters throughout the county to measure actual flows, and then basically the delta between that's all your inflow and infiltration from groundwater and stormwater, et cetera. And then for the 2045 future conditions, we projected the future population and employment for the county based on the round 9.1 COG population land use model. And then we used a 10-year design storm for calculating the capacity during these wet weather peak events. So just a summary, the 2045 growth, there's 2,188 census blocks in the county. We assumed every job caused about 35 gallons per day increase, and every new housing unit caused 130 gallons per day increase. And overall, that increased the overall flow in the county from now until then by 6 MGD. We assume we would have the exact same amount of inflow and infiltration between now and then. Then the map on the right just kind of shows you all those census block groups and where all that growth is located. So primarily the Columbia Pike corridor, National Landing, Pentagon City, and then the RB corridor, as well as some in East Falls Church. Then we plugged it all into this hydraulic modeling software and evaluated everything. We only had one overflow in the whole county. That was up near the Gulf Run pump station. And then we only had 3 surcharging sewers, most of which are being taken care of by the Columbia Pike multimodal project and have already been upgraded. That's just that one segment that was overflowing on North Oakland Street right before the Glebe Road ramp. So summarizing our capital improvement program, this is our currently adopted one with our 5 main programs. Our I&I, this is our small diameter lining program. It's about $31.8 million. Large diameter sewer rehab and inspection program is about $16.5 million. Sewer main replacement program is about $9 million. Manhole rehab, $5.3 million. Then the sanitary sewer improvements is about $9 million. Our proposed CIP makes some changes to these. As you can see in the next slide, basically we're proposing to reduce the small diameter lining program by about $10 million. That's just because we're kind of running out of candidates to line for that program. We've been doing about 4% of the county per year. So we're going to pretty much by the end of this decade reach the end of that program. So it's going to kind of wind down, kind of divert some of that money to do more large diameter sewer inspections and rehabs, as well as greatly increase the sewer main replacement program funding. Currently, we're kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul with this program, where we run out of money, have to borrow it from some of the other sewer programs to pay for our projects. And then lastly, there was a big decrease in the sanitary sewer improvements program. That's primarily just because we have one huge project that's wrapping up this fiscal year. So our system, originated between 1933 and 1937. We did take over several private sewerage, several private sewerages that existed prior to that were in the 1920s and so. But pretty much, a lot of our pipes were built in the 30s and 40s with concrete pipe. Therefore, you would be getting a very old system by now. You'd be approaching, 80 to 100 years of service life, which is the service life of concrete pipe. So that's all that pipe that we're renewing right now with our CIPP lining program. And the CIPP liner, it's got about a minimum of 50-year service life. The technology is only about 50 years old, so nobody knows if it lasts longer than that. Here's just our recent Spout Run Deep Sewer project. That's from North Highlands to Nash Street and North Roslyn. That's where we're rehabbing the Spout Run Deep Sewer. It's 100 feet deep in spots. So this is what it looked like before we started. It was built in 1937. And you can see the groundwater infiltrating through those pipe joints. And now we just recently, this was last week that we lined it. So brand new structurally sound pipe within the pipe, no joints. It doesn't bond to the host pipe, doesn't need the host pipe to survive or anything. So it's really been doing a great job renewing our system and reducing the I&I. And then lastly, I'll just go over the action plan recommendations. A lot of that's what we discussed at the December meeting about increasing our operating funding to achieve the grid program, which is where we want to comprehensively flush all the small diameter sewers in the county once every 5 years. We want to flush all the 15-inch, 18-inch diameter sewers once every 5 years as well. As well as accelerate our large diameter inspection from 2.1 miles a year to 4.4 miles a year. That way we can put eyes on everything by 2040. We want to implement a more robust manhole rehab program, continue our stream crossing inspection program. A lot of sanitary sewers fall in stream valleys because that's what's created by gravity. We want to do a little bit better on the consistency of our overflow reporting, which we're doing right now in our asset management software. We want to periodically update design standards, continue our fat, oils, and grease program, and then update this plan again in 10 years. And so basically, just here for any more questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers on the item? No. Do we have any commission? Did any commissions here? Okay. Ooh.
It did come in front of Zoko.
Okay.
I don't think I have anything to add.
Okay.
And I think we've heard this before also.
Yeah, that request to advertise, now they're back. Yeah.
Perfect, right.
Okay, in that case, the matter is with the commission. Would anyone like to be recognized on this item? Commissioner, tell me.
First, thank you for the presentation. You're doing a great job on this. This is the type of thing that 99% of the people in this county don't know about, don't pay attention to, don't care about. They only care when it goes wrong. And what you're doing is to making sure it doesn't go wrong, which means nobody's going to care, which is exactly where we want to be. So thank you. This is going the right way. A couple of your charts, I think I called it out before and I'll call them out again, both the historic flows and the water demand charts, which show that we're using less water now than we did decades ago, with 75,000 fewer people in the county. The trends are going the right way. We're using less water. There's less going into our system than there used to be. And if I listened to your presentation correctly, we have more than enough capacity for the projected growth through around 2045. Population
correct.
growth. That's great, because this body, we are always seeing new projects come before us, and most of those lately are residential. And we're literally approving thousands of new units, which means more than thousands of new people coming in, which means that our infrastructure will support those people for decades to come. Our going ahead and doing this adding additional neighbors to our county is something that we can support. Our infrastructure is robust enough that we can add all these people comfortably and safely. And remember, sanitary sewers are a public health issue. So we are doing the right thing. We are accommodating the growth. It is not an issue for this particular matter. So I just wanted to get that across. I do have one question. The sewer treatment plant, which has been upgraded fairly recently, in good shape, it's one of the lowest levels topographically in the county.
Yep.
Do we need to do anything to harden it for sea level rise? Because it is tidal right there, and storm surges could theoretically affect it.
Yeah, the Army Corps of Engineers is currently evaluating the construction of a flood wall for the plant, and I know they're doing a lot of engagement with the community there over that project, trying to see if it's feasible or not to build.
Okay, so it is a recognized issue and it's being addressed.
Yeah, and the military bases here are interested in having that addressed because they all outfall to our water pollution control plant and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Follow-up question on that point. What's the timeline for making that determination on what a path forward is, if there is one?
I know the Army Corps has taken several stabs at designing the flood wall, but it's very challenging. But they're once again picked it back up. I think they used some of that infrastructure money that came out a year or two ago. So I think the community should probably hear something this year or next year about the progress on that design.
If a flood wall cannot be erected there, because you said it's a challenging site, is there a backup plan? Do we need a backup plan? You'll tell us in a year.
So I don't work with the plant. They're a different group, but yeah, I know they have all their own resiliency, emergency operations plans down there. So.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yep, Commissioner Steiner.
Yes, so from a capital budgeting perspective, I know that's my line of work during the day, and we have a lot of times we build in like a 10 to 15% contingency for things like a spontaneous natural disaster, those kind of things. And is that included in the CIP request as well as funds for this flood wall? Are those all sort of packaged in the request, or would that need to be an additional request of the county funds?
Yeah, the flood wall, it's not part of any of my programs, but it's got to be basically like the feasibility study has to be completed first, and the conceptual design, and then it can get added to the CIP. But I think it's mostly going to be cost shared between like the federal government and the county. It'd probably be a lot of federal money for something like that.
Yeah,
but
it's
yeah,
not identified right now, but it would conceivably be down the line.
Yeah, it's something everybody's very interested in. Because that's a vulnerability. But yeah, for all our sewer projects, we do have contingencies included in those numbers and stuff.
Perfect. Yeah, that's my day job. So my antenna went right up when he said that. I was like, oh, okay, we need to make sure that's covered. But yeah, that's good. That's in the plan.
Okay. Any other commissioners wishing to be heard on this item? Okay. I would be interested in a motion.
Give me a minute if you don't mind.
Oh. Legal's planning to read it now. Yeah.
It's up. Thank you.
Oh, it's on the screen already. Look at that.
Good
Still to
teamwork.
read it.
All right, I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the county board adopt the attached resolution to update the sanitary sewer collection system plan, an element of Arlington County's comprehensive plan.
Second.
The second was, I heard Commissioner Land tell me on the second, although I think there was some chatter as well. Okay. Thank you both. Anyone wishing to be heard on the motion? Okay, we will move to a vote in that case. I'll switch things up. I'll go to the left side again this time. Commissioner Robertson? Aye. Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Berkey?
Aye.
Commissioner Guevara?
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Streiner?
Aye.
I believe we have one commissioner virtual. Commissioner Weir, 2 commissioners virtual. Who else is virtual?
Patel.
Patel. Oh, Commissioner Weir, thank you. Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Steinberger, aye as well. I believe that makes it 11-0, also known as unanimous. Thank you very much. I appreciate the report from staff.
Thank you all.
And when you're ready, Madam Clerk, we will hear item 2. Or please call item 2. Thank you.
Item number 6 is a rezoning and a site plan for the Goodwill site. Rezoning is REZN 23-00003 and site plan SPLN 23-00008, also known as site plan 474, located at 10 South Glebe Road. We have Kevin Lamb, our Planning Division staff, to present this item this evening.
Staff, when you're ready.
Yep. All right. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Perfect. So my name is Kevin Lamb. I'm with the Planning Division, and tonight I'll be providing a presentation on behalf of staff for the Goodwill Site Plan project. So I'm also joined by Rob Gibson with the Department of Engineering Services, as well as Alex McMillan with the Housing Division, who's joining us virtually. So the subject item consists of 2 parts. The first is a rezoning request to the CO 1.0 mixed-use district, and the second is a new site plan request to construct a new mixed-use development. So the site is located at 10 South Glebe Road in the Alcova Heights neighborhood, at the intersection of South Glebe Road and the Arlington Boulevard off-ramp, kind of partway between Ballston and Columbia Pike. So currently, the approximately 1.3 acre site consists of the existing Goodwill Retail and Donation Center, some surface parking, as well as the donation drop-off zone. So as you can tell, this property is not typical of other sites located in a major corridor given the limited street access, nor is this type of retail typical of most other retail uses given the donation operations. So the GLUB designation for the site is service commercial, and the applicant is requesting a rezoning from R6 and C2 to the CO 1.0 mixed use district, which is consistent with the service commercial GLUB designation. Since the site is not located within a special planning area, the project is not subject to an adopted sector or area plan. So the proposal consists of a new 6-story mixed-use development at a total density of 2.99 FAR. This includes an expanded Goodwill Retail and Donation Processing Center, which is located on the bottom 2 floors, 128 committed affordable units located above the Goodwill, and space for a childcare center planned for up to 40 children. Due to the unique operational needs of Goodwill, the site also includes a covered drop-off area, which is supported by a dedicated queuing lane. The uses are supported by 2 levels of underground parking, as well as 4 surface parking spaces located in the front of the building. The development will be built to achieve Earthcraft Multifamily Gold certification, and the applicants are participating in the Green Building Incentive Program. And then finally, in terms of zoning ordinance modifications, the applicants are requesting the modifications listed here. So due to the elevations of the surrounding streets, as well as the adjacent property to the southeast, the applicants are proposing regrading of the site. So this results in a portion of the ground floor having street access to South Glebe Road, while the other portion of the ground floor is located underground. And then meanwhile, a portion of the first floor also has street access, but this time it is on the Arlington Boulevard off-ramp. So this next slide shows some of the proposed improvements in and around the site, especially when compared to the existing site conditions. So starting at the top, the site has a more efficient donation drop-off area that is directly adjacent to the 13,000 square foot donation processing level. The applicants are providing a 16-foot trail section along the off-ramp, as well as 13 new street trees. There will be queuing space for around 18 vehicles, which is the same amount as there is there today. The applicants are closing this northern curb cut here, providing a 16-foot streetscape along Glebe Road. They're also relocating the existing bus stop and shelter south of the shared curb cut to improve sightlines. Most of the parking will now be located underground. The development is going to be an all-electric building. All donation operations will now be interior to the building. And then finally, there's a 5,500 square foot outdoor play area that includes a portion of preserved natural area. So based on staff and community feedback, the following considerations helped guide staff's evaluation as it relates to how the proposal responds to existing site conditions, prioritizes pedestrian safety, reduces impacts to traffic on South Glebe Road, supports Goodwill's operational needs, and then finally advances county goals and policies, including affordable housing, transportation improvements, sustainable design, and childcare opportunities. So while this presentation only touches on these topics, I am happy to go into further detail as needed during your discussion. So as evident in the original submission, the proposed site design responds to existing conditions, namely the narrow dimensions of the property, the limited street access, and then as I mentioned before, the surrounding topography. So with this original submission, it did feature a 5-foot sidewalk and 5-foot planting strip along the off-ramp streetscape, as well as 16 teaser surface parking spaces for the Goodwill and an 8-foot retaining wall located here in blue, given that South Glebe Road sits at a higher elevation than the site. So as a result, staff and the community expressed concerns regarding the site's car-centric nature and potential impacts to traffic resulting from donation queuing. However, over the course of the public review process, the applicants made key design revisions based on these concerns, especially when it comes to improving pedestrian safety and vehicular site circulation. So in their first revised submission to improve pedestrian safety, the applicants added another pedestrian access point to the building on this side. And then over here, they removed a whole row of surface parking and then designated all remaining surface spaces as either accessible or special needs parking. So these two improvements right here help reduce the overall number of vehicles that would need to turn into this front drive aisle area and conflict with pedestrians using the newly raised crosswalk. On the other hand, to improve site circulation and reduce potential impacts to traffic, the applicants installed wayfinding signs, some pavement markings, wider drop-off lanes, and then they will also keep this childcare pass-through open at all times. In addition, the applicants agreed to implement donation and loading dock management plans, which include designating personnel to help manage both of those operations in an effort to ensure efficient and smooth site circulation. However, at the same time, the front drive aisle continued to be an area of concern given the two-way traffic flow as well as the prioritization of surface spaces over potential landscaping and hardscaping for pedestrians. So in response to applicants reconfigured the front drive aisle as shown here. So what they did was the applicants made it into a one-way drive aisle, reduced and angled the remaining surface spaces, and then also expanded the pedestrian area. In considering the front drive aisle area, staff also recognize how it supports Goodwill's unique operational needs. So as reflected in these exhibits, it provides access to the queuing lane. It accommodates Goodwill's semi-trailer truck turning movements completely on site and supports staging for aerial fire access. So although the front drive aisle and the overall auto-oriented nature of the project is not ideal from an urban design perspective, staff finds the series of improvements to be acceptable in addressing pedestrian safety and also minimizing impacts to surrounding traffic. So overall, the site plan is consistent with the GLUP and the zoning ordinance and advances several key county goals and objectives. So first, the project will provide 128 CAFs at up to 60% AMI for 30 years. So this includes 80 two-bedroom and 14 three-bedroom units, representing 73% of all units at the site. The project will provide, as I said, a new 16-foot trail section along the Arlington Boulevard off-ramp, streetscape improvements on South Glebe Road, and relocate the existing bus stop and shelter to improve sightlines and safety. The project will be built to achieve Earthcraft Multifamily Gold certification, and the applicants are also participating in the Green Building Incentive Program at the 0.35 FAR level. And then lastly, with space for a childcare center planned for up to 40 children, the project advances the policies of the childcare initiative. So in terms of the public review process, the SPRC discussion began back in October with an online engagement opportunity. And then this was followed by 2 SPRC meetings that covered the following topics listed here. The project was heard at the Transportation Commission last week, where they voted 11-0 to approve staff's main motion. So to conclude, staff recommend adoption of the ordinances listed here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we have a presentation from the applicant now.
All right. Well, good evening, Chair Steinberger and Commission members. My name is Andrew Painter. I'm a zoning attorney with the law firm of Walsh Colucci, and we are excited to be here tonight. I am joined by the entire leadership team of Goodwill of Greater Washington and AHC Incorporated. What I'd like to do is sort of do high-level stuff. Kevin did a good job summarizing the application. When we were thinking about what we were going to present tonight, I know there's been a lot of discussion, controversy, building placement, that sort of thing, but just sort of step back and see what distinguishing characteristics exist with this application. And I keep coming back to sort of 5 sort of unique characteristics, and I want to take them in order if I may. The first one is the fact that, and if I can advance the screen, that this is a unique partnership, and I think we all know that. This is a partnership between 2 extraordinary nonprofits that have served Arlington County for decades. That's Goodwill of Greater Washington and AHC, which is the county's largest affordable housing provider. And the planning for this project goes back more than 3 years, and this is the first time nationally that Goodwill has partnered with an affordable housing provider to provide a vertically integrated mixed-use building, all in furtherance of Goodwill's mission, which I have up on the screen, and it's important because that includes every aspect of the Goodwill use that you see before you, everything from donations to processing to employment and to retail. And I will say that every suggestion, every criticism, every hint that we have received from staff and the community, we have put through that box and computed out the answer. So I would say that is sort of the first unique distinguishing characteristic. And I've invited Catherine Malloy, who is the president and CEO of Goodwill of Greater Washington, just to share a few words from Goodwill's perspective on this. So Catherine.
Thank you, Andrew. I have to tell you, there's a part of me that my father would say, you know what, when somebody goes ahead and tells a good story beforehand, you should be quiet and move to the back of the pew. So, but I'm going to go against my father. So first of all, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Committee. And I do have some quick prepared remarks, but maybe you do know this, but Goodwill has had a presence in Arlington County since 1983. And we've actually owned this particular store at Glebe Road for 25 years. In that time, it has truly become our flagship store, not only for retail sales, but also for the quantity and quality of the donations that are given at that store. And I thank you all, because some of you have probably donated at that store, so thank you. In fact, the location is not only our Goodwill top donation site, but I will also tell you it's among the top 10 in the country. And we have the privilege, and I will say this as Andrew said about that Goodwill mission up there, we have the privilege of employing over 50 team members at this site. And those are members who have barriers to employment and are also people with differing abilities. You know, about 3 years ago, we started to explore rebuilding Glebe Road. And the goal was providing a couple of things. And I really must state this because we started with just the store. And we wanted to provide a better and more efficient work environment for our team members. It is probably, I will tell you, one of the toughest sites within our Goodwill. And we also wanted to provide a better donation center and also a retail store. Initially, you know, we just envisioned a by right development that would result in a bigger store and a better donation site and a stronger place for a work environment for our team members. But as we explored our options, we realized that we could do even more with our land to serve the Arlington community. And that's our job. Our job is to serve the community. That first initial look has evolved into Goodwill store and now a covered donation center. Also the 128 affordable homes that you are talking about, that you know about, a child care center. And then I'll also tell you, I almost tease about this, I never thought I would understand about a bike path, but we've gotten involved in a bike path. But you know what? That's good. It's good because it makes the entire site around our store better. Our project team has met weekly with the Arlington County staff. And I will tell you, I am incredibly proud. As I listened to Kevin present today, I'm incredibly proud of where we have gone. And there have been changes back and forth and up and down and inside and out. But what we present today, we really feel is the best usage, not only for our store, not only for the donation site, not only for the 128 families that are going to live above us, but also for our community. You know, there's a great quote. I can't even tell you who said it, but it's alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. You know, this all began with just Goodwill alone. We were just going to come to you all and talk about a store. It evolved to Goodwill and AHC, and now it is Goodwill AHC in Arlington County. Yes, together we can do so much, and we thank you for taking the time this evening to look at what we can do so much together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the second part of this has been a unique collaboration. We have been meeting weekly with CPHD and DES staff on this application. That's quite uncommon in a 4.1 site plan. I do want to express my appreciation to staff on this. It's been remarkable. The changes before you in the application represent dozens upon dozens of meetings, hundreds of public comments, most of which were overwhelmingly positive. The third unique aspect is, as Catherine mentioned, this is in no way a typical 4.1 site plan that we might see in the county's primary transit corridors. And rare is the case that the retail, or in this case, the goodwill donation processing uses, rather than the residential, are actually driving a lot of the design decisions. I think what Catherine mentioned about the 182,000 donations annually says a lot about the generosity of Arlingtonians, but it also creates unprecedented demands on this one site, many of which we are causing, all of us in this room. And that success does come with challenges, and they're challenges that we are trying to address through this 4.1 process. And to underscore something Catherine mentioned, receiving and efficiently processing locally sourced community-based donations are the lifeblood of Goodwill. And that provides the ability for Goodwill to partner with AHC and make all of this happen. So this entire project really has been driven by the need to improve the donor experience, improve pedestrian safety, and reduce queuing along Glebe Road. A fourth distinguishing characteristic is the unique location of the site. This is admittedly not at Main and Main. It's kind of at Route and Route, I think, as our architect Mike Foster has said, where people do drive with their donations. It is geographically located at the center of the county, which makes it very convenient for all Arlingtonians, both north and south. It's good for our donors, good for Goodwill's retail patrons. Of course, if this were a typical site in somewhere else in Arlington, we would be surrounded by roads that we could access, but that's not the case here. Many of you all know this site today is not inviting to pedestrians. One of the citizen comments said, and I think we agree with it, that the South Glebe Road pedestrian treatment is totally unsafe. And, you know, it's a narrow site, it's awkwardly shaped. There is substantial topographical drops as one moves from west to east and north to south. There are 2 access points. We are blocked out by an interchange and intersection influence areas. And there is a federal facility to the west. So there's a lot going on with, you know, the limitations on the site. Even so, we have found a way, and my hat's off to the engineering team and the architect team, to accommodate all of the operational demands on the site in what we believe to be the most safe and efficient manner possible on balance. And that really gets to what I think is the 5th unique aspect of the case, and that is the county, the benefits to the county as a whole. We are talking about improvement of an important nonprofit site that most of us use, resulting in a new donation and retail center, and that includes improving operational efficiency, the donor experience, the Goodwill employee experience, improved pedestrian walkways, and more. It advances the Affordable Housing Master Plan goals, the Child Care Initiative goals, all while delivering an Earthcraft multifamily building and nearly doubling the amount of landscape improvements on the site. We are talking about transportation improvements, and I just want to say we've considered transportation improvements both on-site and off-site symbiotically. In front of you are the list of on-site transportation improvements, just to highlight a couple of them. We have found a way to separate the donation and the resident and the retail traffic. We now have a one-way drive aisle that has the capacity to accommodate between 16 and 18 vehicles. And if I may have just a little bit more indulgence, Madam Chair. We are eliminating 92% of the surface parking, going down from 54 to 4 spaces, with the resulting 4 being angled parking spaces that will be only available to accessible and special needs personnel, which is an important group that Goodwill serves. On site or around the site for public realm, equal attention has been paid. We have concentrated the green space at the pedestrian edge. We are providing the Arlington Boulevard Trail. We are closing one of our 2 entrances, which consists of half of the turning movements and pedestrian conflicts today. We have greatly increased the pedestrian realm along South Glebe in a way that exceeds the MTP recommendations. And then all of the queuing, all of the loading truck movements and the fire access can now occur on site with minimal impact to the pedestrian realm. I like this image here because it shows the fulcrum of the different vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle movements that occur on site. This image shows the different striping that we will be having on site to bring formality and other traffic measures to the site. Not going to spend any time on sustainability. Suffice to say that we are advancing many of the goals of the community energy plan, and we appreciate C2E2's comment that this is an exemplar application for what we're doing. This is an image looking on the off-ramp, and you can get a good sense of the Arlington Boulevard Trail, the child care in the foreground, and so, you know, and how the topography varies across the site. And this is a view, of course, looking westward from the main intersection at Glebe Road. And so I would say in closing, we have made substantial changes over the past several months. And when I was a young lad in planning school, I did learn that planning at the end of the day is all about achieving a balance. And That's the approach we've taken with this every step of the way in responding to the various stakeholders, the various interests, and responding to what we heard. And as I mentioned at the outset, it's the unique use, the location, and the benefits that really do distinguish this from other 4.1 applications. The transportation experts and the planning experts have evaluated this thoroughly in light of the county's adopted policies, and we appreciate their recommendation of approval as well as the Transportation Commission's recommendation of approval. So our entire project team is here to answer any questions, and we appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
I do believe we have public comment on this one. All right, let's kick that off.
We do have public comment this evening. When I call your name, please prepare yourself. There's 3 minutes for organizations and 2 minutes for individuals. And we will start with the in-person speakers first. Our first speaker is John Musso, followed by John Kendrick.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I'm John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, and on behalf of the Arlington Chamber, I would like to express our strong support for the rezoning and proposed new site plan for the project at 10 South Glebe Road. This project really advances so many of the goals and initiatives that the Chamber and many of our community stakeholders truly value and wish to see advanced for the good of Arlington. As mentioned before, this project would create a revamped and reimagined donation facility to better suit Goodwill's operational needs, in addition to providing up to 128 committed affordable housing units, which is a tremendously productive amount and would obviously contribute very significantly to the Affordable Housing Master Plan. The child care initiative is something that the Arlington Chamber has been very active in trying to advance, and so we're extremely pleased to see the inclusion of a child care center accommodating up to 40 children, which is something we're very excited about. So we do very strongly urge you all to recommend this rezoning and site plan for adoption by the County Board. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is John Kendrick, followed by Emily Albing.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Oh. Okay, perfect. Little arrows. There we go. Restart the clock. Yeah. Thanks. Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is John Kendrick, and I live just up the street from the site. I strongly support this project. Housing and childcare are often the two biggest items in any family's budget, and this proposal tackles both of those. But I also want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the bigger picture here. We have a housing crisis in this country. Housing is just out of reach for too many people. And we have a housing crisis because for decades, we just have not built enough housing to keep up with demand. And we have not built enough housing to keep up with demand because local regulations and processes just make it too expensive and time consuming. And that includes processes like this one, as well intentioned as they may be. And as an aside, I'll just put in a plug for Excluded by Richard Kallenberg, which does a good job of summarizing the academic research on this. But just turning back to the Goodwill project with the bigger picture in mind, I understand maybe people have legitimate concerns, but at this point, we don't have the luxury of being nitpicky. Being nitpicky is how we got to this point where housing is just out of reach for so many people. It's just been death by 1,000 cuts throughout the whole country. So I think until we solve this housing crisis, we should really just fast track and presume that we should approve any proposal that builds more housing. And the burden should be on people that oppose it to really have a good reason. So thanks again.
Emily Albane is followed by Jason Schwartz.
Hello. Thank you. I am rather short. Hello, good evening. My name is Emily Albin. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, and thank you for all the hard work that has gone into this proposal from both the Goodwill folks and the staff folks. The changes that have been made to the proposal look great to me. lots of benefits to the streetscape, to the pedestrian safety. As someone who does regularly donate and more occasionally shop, but regularly donate at the Goodwill location, I applaud the effort to make it a more efficient, better experience for those who are there donating and for those who are there on site as staff. And more importantly, I think it's a great new effort to partner with affordable housing and create new affordable housing units in this community. And to bring that type of a project of partnership here as hopefully a pilot project that can be rolled out other places would be fantastic. I really look forward to seeing that here. Affordable housing is something that we desperately need, and this project fulfills so many goals concurrently, both improvements to the site as it exists now and for its current function, and bringing in the affordable housing and the child care and improvements to the trails. So I very much urge that this project move forward, that the zoning be amended and that the site plan be adopted. Thank you very much.
Jason Schwartz is followed by Dan Albin.
Hello, good evening, and happy Valentine's Day. To me, this really is just a absolute no-brainer project. It's just really going to impact the lives of so many people. I just think of the 128 families that are now going to live here and be able to, in the summertime, just walk across the street to go to the Arlington County Fair. It's just an amazing opportunity there for people of all ages who are going to live here. The housing crisis is really, hitting so hard, and I'm just going to read something from Reddit that was posted last week about in r/Nova subreddit, showcasing how bad it is here. And it's quote, "My neighbor put her house on the market last Friday. She had over 80 different families come to see the house last weekend, had 22 offers and got a good 100,000 over asking. The family that bought it hadn't even seen it in person. They did a video tour from another state." And this is really just to show how bad we have let our housing crisis go. We really are not building enough housing. I love how we are co-locating on this site so many different uses, the donation center, the affordable housing, and of course the childcare, which is what we need. And I'm really looking forward to seeing this model build out across Arlington. I'm looking forward to seeing ways we could make the process faster, build more units, and make it easier so that we can really get more of these all over and really let the blessings that we have in this county, more people to come here and really make a positive impact in our community. So thank you, everyone, and thank you so much.
Dan Albin is followed by Bernie Byrne. Yes, it is.
Good evening. Thank you for the time to speak. There are a few things more romantic than talking about increasing housing in the county. The only more romantic thing perhaps is doing it just after your spouse. And I appreciate your time, the time that you've taken today to be away from family and loved ones on Valentine's Day to consider this very important application. As my wife mentioned, we live not far from the site. We live just off of Glebe Road, 1 block away. And a short walk away from the site. We drive by it regularly. We donate there. I've shopped there since I graduated from college. And it's a site we're very familiar with. It certainly is in need of improvement in terms of accessibility and just general functionality. But what's more exciting about this to me, and perhaps more romantic, is that these two charities have said to each other, "Won't you be my Valentine?" and partnered in a way that I think is extremely productive and exciting for what it might foretell for future partnerships, not just in Arlington County, but elsewhere. The idea of having a Goodwill site with affordable housing is something that I think Arlington should be very excited about. We should be excited about the opportunity to pioneer this sort of partnership. And one thing I want to highlight about the proposal is the fact that nearly 100 of the units are family-sized units. They're not single bedrooms, they're multi-bedroom units. And that's something that's exceedingly rare often in affordable housing and also quite rare in the county. So that's something in particular I would like the commission to consider as it hopefully approves this application. Thank you very much.
We'll go to virtual speakers now. We have Bernie Byrne will be followed by Dave Warren.
Hello.
Mr. Byrne.
Yes, hello, it's Bernie Byrne. I was a member of the Site Plan Review Committee for this project. I made statements about the project's efficient landscaping at both SPRC meetings. I also suggested many changes to the site plan in messages and the plant list in messages that I sent to the applicant. However, the applicant did not respond to any of my suggestions. It changed absolutely nothing. And so don't listen to this thing about how they respond to the community. They didn't. The project lacks biophilia. There is no green roof. No plants hang from the roof or climb on trellises. The applicant may place solar panel on the roof at some future date. However, it may not do this. If it does, the solar panel should have enough elevation to accommodate plants that support pollinators beneath and near them. The site contains very little space for plantings that support pollinators. The pictures look nice, but they are actually not what they think they are. The applicant should replace the outdoor parking space with a planting area. It should also install native plants that support pollinators in all tree trenches in all spaces available next to Glebe Road and next to the National Boulevard, the Arlington Boulevard off-ramp, and near the daycare's play area behind the building. There's very little of this plantings around in those areas. The applicant must change the plant list. There is no common milkweed. This is the most important plant for monocategory in this area. This change is especially needed because Goodwill killed many common milkweed plants several years ago when it began to frequently mow the area on the north side of the property. That was Goodwill's contribution to the community. There are too many wind-pollinated ornamental grasses. These do not produce nectar, which adult butterflies, moths, hummingbirds, and many other pollinators require for survival. The plant list shows several cultivars. Many cultivars are sterile or have deformed flowers. Some are toxic. Many don't feed pollinators. The applicant needs to replace all cultivars with their native plants. Please ask the county board to disapprove this project if the applicant does not agree to at least some of the changes I've made. Thank you.
Dave Warren will be followed by Cynthia Lewin.
Hi, I'm Dave Warren. I live about a 5-minute walk away from this Goodwill, and I'm really happy to support this rezone and site plan and the housing and commercial and childcare space it'll provide. Kudos to Goodwill and the partners here for being so creative and proactive. I only wish that our local zoning rules made it easier to build projects like these faster. But this is definitely a huge and welcome improvement. Some of the great things about this spot include the fact that it's less than a 5-minute walk to Fleet Elementary and TJ Middle School, both great APS schools. It's next to some great bus lines, including the 10B, the 23B, the 23T, the Art Bus 41. These are all routes I take daily. It's right by a bike trail that I've used to bike to the monuments in DC and Gravelly Point. And of course, I love that there's a child care center that's going to be here. As we all know, childcare can be just as scarce as housing. So again, I ask that you support this rezone. My family and I look forward to my family and I look forward to welcoming more neighbors to this part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Our next speaker is Cynthia Lewin.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Cindy Lewin. I'm speaking here today on behalf of the C2E2 Climate Change, Energy and Environment Commission. I think my thunder was a little stolen by the applicant who quoted us as saying this is an exemplar project. We are very impressed by the work that has been done. We're very happy to see an applicant going for the 0.35 FAR under the Green Building Incentive Program. Love to see more. We have given this project a tentative score of 78. It could be higher based on some, as Mr. Byrne points out, some of the plans are still in a little bit of flux around the biophilia and so on. So we look forward to that. We've appreciated the applicant's openness to speaking with us and answering our questions. Of course, it's exciting to see the affordable housing, the childcare, as all the other applicants have mentioned. I'm really struck by the fact that when we put these two nonprofits together to work together, they're able to accomplish a much greater amount of sustainability than our for-profit developers, which shows us that it can be done, even though we so often, all of you on the Planning Commission and we on C2E2 so often hear that it can't be done at a reasonable cost. Nonprofits are not rolling in money, and yet here they are really accomplishing something. So as the county looks to revise the Green Building Incentive Program in the next year, this is an example to be mindful of. And I'm supportive, C2E2 is supportive of the project. We're excited to see it. And just on a side note, point out that Goodwill is a very important environmental organization in our country because of the amount of things it keeps out of landfills and recycles, reuses, reduces. So thanks to Goodwill, thanks to AHC, and we look forward to seeing more great things as this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker for the evening is Alice Hogan.
Good evening. My name is Alice Hogan. I'm with the Alliance for Housing Solutions and NVAHA, the Northern Virginia Affordable Housing Alliance. We wanted to also speak in favor of this project. You've heard from many other speakers about the wonderful components. It really is a remarkable, innovative partnership that we are, that you all are considering, that we will be welcoming hopefully in Arlington. Most especially, we focus obviously on the housing, 128 new units that did not previously exist in the community for lower income earners is remarkable. Some of these units will be 50, 40, even 30% of AMI, so desperately needed, and family-sized units. So really meeting the needs that we have identified in the community. Of course, the green building aspects, and especially the childcare, the other huge expense for families, and the fact that we'll have 30 or even 40 childcare slots available and affordable to families living in this building is quite remarkable. Between these families at the Cadence across Arlington Boulevard, the Buckingham community, and all around, I can only imagine the wait list will already be in place for affordable childcare in this building. The idea that the Goodwill, a wonderful partner here in Arlington, will remain. Again, these are job opportunities, job training opportunities, and low-cost shopping opportunities for these 128 households. A wonderful combination of uses for this site. So we're very much in favor of this project, and we appreciate the collaboration that has gone on with so many members of the county staff with the developer to try to meet a variety of needs on this site. And it seems like it's come to a really great spot. There's no perfect project, we know that, but meeting this variety of needs in this transit-rich area is quite remarkable, and we're very much in support of the project, and we hope that you will support it as well. Thank you. Have a good evening and happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you very much to all of our speakers. Madam Clerk, that was the last speaker. Okay. I believe this item was heard by at least Transportation Commission. Any other commissions represented up here that it was heard before? Okay. Let's start with the Transportation Commission report, and then we'll hear from Commissioner Sarli with the SPRC report as chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Mr. Lamb mentioned, the Transportation Commission heard this last Thursday night. The vote was 11-0 to approve it. There was a significant discussion about the project, recognizing up front that there are aspects of it that are not perfect. The amount of driveway space around it, surface parking, those things are not ideal for the Transportation Commission. However, that being said, when we went through bit by bit each of the components of this project, all of those argued in favor of the project. For example, the Arlington Boulevard Trail, bike and pedestrian trail improvements are quite significant. Separating the drive aisle from pedestrian traffic, having people walk to the daycare center on the Arlington Trail is an improvement. Having access off the trail to the daycare is an improvement. The surface parking reduction is quite significant, and having it be one way, that is quite significant also. The interaction between the daycare drop-off and the donation drop-off was explained to us and has been improved since the initial iterations of this, and we're comfortable with how that would operate. The pedestrian crossing has been improved from the entrance of the lobby of the building to Glebe Road over the drive aisle, having that be a table, having it be narrowed, and have it be designed so that turning onto the drive aisle does not look like it's a street rather than you're moving onto a driveway across a sidewalk. Design matters, and that is expected to be able to slow traffic and make it more tentative and careful. One issue we did talk about was daycare affordability, and very much want to encourage and make sure that happens, because the more children at that daycare who are taking the elevator to it rather than driving to it, that helps with traffic and the amount of cars going around the building. So overall, the Transportation Commission felt unanimously, again, that given the significant benefits and consistency with the overall comprehensive plan, that the few things that are not ideal are more than outweighed by all those other factors, and thus the Transportation Commission was comfortable in voting unanimously to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sarli with the SPRC report, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, staff and the applicant, for the presentations. This project has been just really exciting to see come through for all the reasons that have been stated. We just love it, right? I mean, the entire community, everyone that said. Having said that, I will continue with my Victorian literature, and I do regret I didn't use some sort of a Valentine's Day theme, and I will stay with Mr. Stevenson's Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So on the Dr. Jekyll side, there's just so much to love about this project. As I mentioned, the SPRC supported the site rezoning proposed change from R6C2 to the mixed use CO 1.0 without any discussion, right? Like we barely didn't talk about that at all. The proposed combination of affordable housing, childcare, and goodwill is also something that the SPRC was downright excited about and eager to support. We cannot have enough housing, as was brought up, childcare or upcycling, you know, which is what Goodwill does, which again keeps things off landfill and has, you know, massive environmental impact, positive environmental impact. There was little discussion on this topic also because of the overwhelming support. So the only comments that we heard were we had hoped, or, you know, had a bit of a desire for higher density on some of these projects. And again, I made a note on my report how this is not so much the developers and the team's fault as it's the code that has allowed this 5-story stick built on 2 stories of concrete. And it's kind of become a little bit of a trap for the entire region, you know, or actually the entire country. And that's a pity, right? Because it does allow for less expensive construction, but it does have this density impact that is unfortunate. So we would have loved to see more housing, more density on this site. Slightly separate conversation. There was very little critique or commentary on the building and the architecture. There was a little bit of a quibble between the blue stripes. I believe Commissioner Lantelmi particularly liked those, but unfortunately they did sort of get erased along the way. Anywho, and then as I will repeat E2C2s, and something that I'm personally very excited about, the very high recommendation that came from E2C2 for all the reasons that they already stated. I did forget to thank my co-chair, Mr. Commissioner Robertson, and that he has helped me and helped us navigate this whole process. All right, transitioning to the Mr. Hyde section of the presentation. There was unanimous negative consensus regarding the surface parking in the exterior loop The SPRC members wondered why they chose to take this approach, and the reasons given started with the ADA parking access, then later that got morphed to this aspect of dignity for shoppers and some sort of, I believe it was anxiety issues and whatnot, which again, we were very respectful of, but I think, when you start to trade, that sort of impact the negative aspects of urban design and particularly the safety of the children walking to school. As one of the public commentators said, it's a 5-minute walk to Fleet Elementary. There's TJ, the park, TJ Community Center. So people will be using that quite a bit. And I think the Glebe crossing is already precarious, to put it mildly. And so by setting the building back, you're creating this sort of expansive approach to that intersection, which tends to have this psychological impact of driving faster, right? Like much like wider lanes and narrow lanes, the exact same psychological impact. So, there was some gesture from the applicant and staff. They worked really hard, and we recognize that very much, to sort of ameliorate the problem. But the fundamental separation of the building from the sidewalk didn't change, essentially. I think that about covers my comments. And even things like the planter, the stop signs, the raised sidewalk, all those things are good, right? We're absolutely welcome those moves, but they don't really solve the problem, right? They sort of are painkillers, if you will, right, to the pain. But again, I recognize, particularly with something like the Transportation Commission's report that says, weighing the pros and cons, this is a significant project, and I totally understand the unanimous vote and applaud the unanimous vote. Having said that, I think I will wrap up unless Mr. Robertson has anything to add.
I do. Although I don't know that you want me to add it, Leo. This has been a difficult one for me because I respect Leo's skills as an architect and commitment and knowledge significantly greater than mine in the areas of architecture and urban planning. And I share his concerns about some of the issues, especially of pedestrian safety, that the project seems to present. But it is an extraordinary project in nearly every other way. We've heard from people tonight, even those that had suggestions for improvements supported the project overall. The transportation-related concerns were, I think, addressed very eloquently by Commissioner Lantelmi and the Transportation Commission, and I take their expertise and their recommendation quite seriously. The project was, supported by everybody from the Chamber of Commerce, from the Transportation Commission to the Chamber of Commerce. It qualifies for Earthcraft multifamily gold, the GBIP Energy Star C2E2 endorsed it, the Green Building Program, and it is also important to me that the project applicant has worked significantly with the county staff to try to address multiple rounds of concerns that were raised by the SPRC as well as the county staff. So I am hopeful that we will end up endorsing this program and look forward to the Commission's further discussion on this one.
Thank you. With that, I think I didn't make a list of issues to discuss. I had 2 items on the list that I did come up with, which was 1, everything else, 2, the safety issue conversation, and I will have quite a bit more to add to that.
Just to clarify, the list of possible topics for discussion are safety and then everything else. Okay, does anyone else have any specific topics they would like to itemize to
And
a list?
the
for
reason for
purposes
that
our
is-
discussion? No, I heard. Mr. Berkey, Commissioner Berkey?
I've got a couple more specific suggestions.
Okay, let's hear them.
I think that we should briefly discuss the childcare, the daycare center.
Okay.
And of course, I think we also should have a category for the affordable housing proposal.
Okay, so that was the childcare, daycare facility, and then affordable housing.
That's correct.
Okay, and I already have safety on our list prominently. As far as safety, I presume that do we need a separate category for transportation, or are we presuming that the transportation discussion will fall under safety? Is this commission comfortable with transportation? Okay. So the pedestrian experience, I think, will also fall within that category then. I'll make that executive call. Any other topics that any commissioners would like to add? Biophilia. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. I'm making the executive decision that we're going to start with safety. Let's get that out of the way. I don't want to save that for last. I don't see the point of that. So again, safety will encompass transportation, kind of the site layout in terms of the pedestrian and vehicular experience. And it's Valentine's Day. I brought candy for the commission. Let's start with the safety, as I said. So any commissioners who would like to be heard on that? Commissioner Sarli, do you want to start?
I will start.
Okay.
All right, well, safety encompasses quite a few issues. And again, keeping in mind that 99% of the project is just wonderful, right? We're just trying to make sure that this last very significant bit is addressed in a better way. So the first thing that I have to talk about safety and the pedestrian cross is this issue of inequitability. Did I say that correct? Inequitability. The problem is this, with the sort of focus on the car-centric design, we are now deprioritizing the pedestrians in the front door of particularly the housing component. So every day, children will be walking to school, Fleet School, 5 minutes away. They have to first cross a threshold where parents are driving in, trying to avoid backing up, and blocking the entrance to Glebe. So they have to make that movement fairly quickly, right, to avoid the backup into Glebe. And in that rush to get past there, they're going to be crossing a raised sidewalk, which helps, where small children are getting ready to go to school, right, on their way to school. So that for me is very alarming. That's not something that I'm comfortable with because, again, the equitable treatment of children that are more vulnerable, right? We have to make sure that we're paying attention and giving voice to this constituency that is not present at the table. So that is my main concern, and how those children then walk to school every day, come back to school every day, that causes a certain amount of anxiety. It has repercussions and effects. And so that's one thing that I would love to see addressed a little bit more aggressively, moving the entrance perhaps a little further away from the intersection to provide that. The next thing is the mental health, which I've kind of already covered. The other sort of constituency that is vulnerable and underrepresented here is the elderly, right? Just on Monday, we talked about aging in place. What can we do to help, elder citizens stay in this place? So one of the things, and this is again, Designed for Justice, it's a book, like I'm not making this stuff up. I'm not smart enough to come up with these ideas. But one of the things that on Design with Justice really calls for, and I think this is super aligned with the Goodwill mission. So I think you guys would really actually benefit from some of this thinking. Elderly citizens, once they lose their ability to drive, are relegated to walking everywhere, right? And so that becomes very stressful for them because a fall when you're elderly is a significant health risk, right? So again, this sidewalk coming out of the building and then walking north on Glebe on that sort of precarious situation, then crossing Glebe. And this, to be fair, is not this site's problem, but that's something that I think we really need to take into account, that Glebe crossing, right? And all the sort of population that we're bringing that are going to be using that much more regularly than we do now needs to be addressed for the safety factor. But anyway, so the equity factor comes to the senior citizens, and then they are not anxious about leaving the building. They have more social interactions. They can go exercise, and then they end up being healthier and so on and so forth. If they have stress, and this is an LA study, if they have stress getting out of their house or their residence, they end up sort of being lonely and end up having sort of detrimental issues. I think I'll leave that there for now. I think I could go on, but you probably don't want me to go on too much longer. But I think that's a significant issue. And I really want to be clear. I strongly support this project, right? It's just that I think this is a legitimate and significant concern that we ought to really take seriously. It's not an easy thing. And this building is going to be for 80, perhaps 100 years, since it's such a good environmental E2, C2 grade. It could be here longer. And so we're talking about multiple generations of children, multiple aging in place possibilities that we really ought to, sort of consider this a little bit more seriously. Thank you.
Commissioner Streiner, and then Commissioner Guevara, and then Commissioner Lantelmi. Someone will remind me of that if I don't remember what I just said.
I know I'm first, so I know that much.
There you go.
So I want to echo the real sentiment of everybody in the room here tonight that this is great. I love this project. I love the yellow walls. I love the sustainable design. I love the affordable housing, the daycare. But there's this one gigantic concrete elephant in the room, and that's the driveway that goes all around. Could we get a overhead shot of the property again? I think it's more effective with the visual piece. Sorry, wrong project. I was going to say, we already proved that one.
I got it. All right, that's the current.
Yeah, the I think that'll do. So my biggest issue, I mean, I work in transportation policy. That's my day job. And really the fundamental problem with this is that first crosswalk at the beginning of the property, right next to Glebe there, the striped section, that is the central node of this entire project. Everybody who is involved with getting on this property, except for people parking at the Goodwill to shop, go through that crosswalk, whether they're the 168 or 128 families that are going to live in this property, whether it's the people dropping off their children at the daycare in the morning, whether it's the thousands of people dropping off Goodwill donations throughout the day, whether it's the semi trucks that come in at night to drop off the goods at the store, they all go through that crosswalk. And it's a significant safety issue. And the issue is that there is traffic going through that crosswalk at all hours of the day. In the morning, it's the daycare. In the later morning, in the afternoon, it's the Goodwill. And at night, it's the trucks and the drop off, if I'm remembering correctly. So this is an active intersection throughout the entire day. And, we've floated ideas about, rearranging the site, pushing it so it's back flush with that row of trees towards the off ramp there, possibly pushing it so it's flush with South Glebe, and there are we see that there are a lot of opportunities that we can take to rearrange the site and put a lot of the drop off underground so it's out of the way of all of these pedestrians, and so that this flow of traffic is not going to be going where the one exit to the building is. if you look at it, you can leave from the trail at the very back of the building, or you can leave at this Grand Central Station crosswalk at the beginning of the building. And it's just a tough situation. And I mean, my question really lies with the developers is that, you know, what is the hesitation and what's the sort of reasoning for not wanting to underground the drop-off, at both drop-offs really? And that's really something that I think many of my other colleagues are kind of grasping at. It's like, okay, what's the holdup? This moat that goes around here, this concrete moat, is a safety hazard. What other pathways exist, and what's really the hesitation to pursue that?
Would you like us to respond to that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just start off, and I'll recognize our architect and maybe our transportation consultant as well. I think, just to let everyone know, there are two entrances to the building. There's the entrance that's along South Glebe, and then there is an entrance for the residential on South Glebe, but then there's a secondary residential entrance that gives you direct access to the Arlington Boulevard Trail. So half of our residents are going to be closer to one of the two residents. And from a safety perspective, when we talk about children accessing, Fleet Elementary School, they could use either one. And perhaps not cross any donation drive aisle or childcare drop off. Additionally, as was just stated, the donation drop off doesn't start until 10 a.m., which is after the time that most students would be going to school. I would also say too, and we've had discussions about this, in a lot of 4.1 site plan projects, there is direct access from a loading perspective or from a vehicular and visitor perspective. And in this case, you would have to walk and, it would be directly on Glebe or whichever way it is. In this case, it would be one way. So it's sort of equivalent to, crossing a garage drive or something like that. It just happens to be in the form that it's surfaced. We did look, we talk about inequity between market rate and non-market rate and vulnerable populations. Josh Childs with HC can mention this, but I think we did look at a potential mix of market rate and affordable to help balance everything out, but we wanted to move forward with just market rate as well. In terms of putting things underground, we did look at that, and Mr. Foster, our architect, can talk about that. We looked at inefficiencies and particularly cost prohibitions of the site. This is intended as a light tax building, and the site has been designed in a way that does maximize construction cost efficiency and constructability. But Michael, do you want to speak to some of this? In turn on the mic.
Just to clarify the concern, this site is fairly small. It has one curb cut. That is our preference as planners. There are many sites that are 5 or 10 times this size, with every bit of 500 times or 5 times the number of parking spaces that come into one curb cut. This is a fact. You know this. The key to this site is to take the key functions of access to the garage safely and access to drop-offs safely and bifurcate them. Right now on that site, there are 2 curb cuts, which is incredibly dangerous. And the traffic for drop-offs cross paths with everybody backing out of a parking space, which is a traffic jam. When we looked at this site, it was first to see, could we do it all underground, or could we do it all above ground? Because if it stayed as a retail store, that would be the only option. Most retail stores that are just 1-2 stories have surface parking. The problem is that is dangerous. So the key solution to allow this site to have affordable housing is to bifurcate that as soon as you get in the site as quickly as possible. And it's exactly what is done. This cannot be solved in one plane above ground or below ground. It needs to be divided into two so that people aren't backing into it. That would create a gridlock and frustration for everybody involved. It doesn't work. We studied this on both planes, and the key is to divide it. The drop-off, the key to this project has three values, and safety is number one. So I'm glad we're talking about it first. And this is the most safe way to do these two functions. And frankly, safer than just a store with no underground parking. The underground parking is what unlocks the safety. The volume of traffic is far less than many sites, 5 times this size. And a bus stop to the daycare is about a block. That's about as close as you're going to get. You don't see many daycare that are on the bus stop. They might be a block or 5 blocks away. So the truth of the matter is, it's not an opinion. When I saw the sketches and the diagrams in the SPRC report, we had already drawn them, but drew them a lot safer, and they were resoundingly rejected because they were wrong. I thought they were evidence and proof of why you can't do it, because that's what was drawn. Evidence and proof that it can't be done. If you could do it, which I do not accept, it would drive the cost of parking up to rival the cost of the apartments, adding at least 100 grand per space. And that doesn't work. As Arlington, as our partner, Arlington makes significant investments in this, as you know. It'd be out of reach for anybody, even Arlington County, and it would be less safe.
All right, well, I mean, that's just the tough part about this, because we know that this design serves the goodwill and that business operation. We know the site, you know, the housing portion serves the residents, but as it stands right now, this traffic pattern does not serve the residents that will be living there. And that's just a concern I have, and you've heard my piece on that.
All right, testing my memory. Commissioner Guevara?
So there have been significant changes since this SPRC, so I really appreciate that. And I am very, grateful for that. And I'm very committed to, having affordable housing. And I think it's a great project from that perspective. As my colleagues here have mentioned, I am also concerned about the circulation. And I heard you articulate that it just doesn't work. I'm not quite sure what the data indicated to you as to why it doesn't work. You mentioned a little bit of the additional costs that you would incur. It's just unclear to me. If you could help me understand why. But beyond that, I know some of my colleagues have mentioned sort of the entrance and why that's problematic. But I think for me, if you could pull up the diagram again, it's the entire, as we dearly call it, the moat, because in a sense, the way I'm kind of perceiving it is that it's kind of, the cars around it, sort of like they're sharks, right? That they would be with the children, because it's, your drop off is from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday. And then on Sunday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Sure, kids, go to school in the morning and they would be, but kids are going to be living there, right? At other times, they're probably going to be crossing, playing around. I know you can't see where I'm pointing, but they're probably going to be playing around the site, right? Where there's going to be cars coming in, doing drop-offs. It's not as if it's just they're going to be crossing on glebe. They're going to be running around everywhere. And I could see how there could be, sort of danger all around. And so that just really concerns me overall. and I'm not sure how to sort of, calm those fears for me, because it's not that I don't think the affordable housing should be there. It's not, I do want it to be more. In fact, as Leah was mentioning, I wish that there were more density. I just can't help but feel as if this were somewhere else, or if this were not an affordable housing sort of unit, or if this weren't just with Goodwill, if we wouldn't think of the children more, if we wouldn't make it more centered on equity and like think about the residents even more. And so it just kind of leaves a bad taste in my mouth a little bit.
We, a few years ago, actually looked at a building that had a similar situation and really didn't have any problem with it back then. It was an adaptive reuse of a building in Courthouse, off Courthouse Road, an older building that was currently being used as a hotel with surface parking in front of it. In order to get to Courthouse Road or to any of the streets around it, you really literally have to cross the parking lot. And we approved the adaptive reuse to turn it into residences with that parking lot in the front because it was adaptive reuse. And even though it wasn't ideal, certainly a surface parking lot in Courthouse is definitely not the ideal because it was an adaptive reuse, and it would produce, while it wasn't an affordable building, it would be less expensive than a new build. And we had no concerns about that parking lot, and literally everybody in and out of that building was going to walk through that parking lot. Here, the concern I had wasn't so much walking out of the main lobby across the drive aisle. It's really Glebe Road, and for that matter, Arlington Boulevard. The child magnets around here are behind the child care center is the playground, which will be used off hours by children. Kids in this building will be able to access that without touching any drive aisles. Remember, there's a second lobby in this building, which is backed by the child care center. You can go down the elevator and walk straight out that and right into the playground without being on the cars. You can also go out that back entrance, get right onto the trail, which is a pedestrian and bike trail. That's the most logical place where somebody goes off and goes to that. The main lobby in the front, yes, you actually cross that drive aisle, and that has always been a concern. The redesign of it, I think, mitigates the concerns on that. But the real problem is when you get to Glebe Road. That's where the real problem is, because that's where the high-speed traffic
so important. Earthcraft Gold certification, that's very exciting. A great score from C2E2. And then the comment was made that a lot of times our for-profit projects come to us and say it's these great scores aren't possible, and you guys are proving that it is. So thank you so much for setting that example for future projects. I love the addition of childcare. I love the Arlington Boulevard Trail improvements. And you have made a lot of improvements to the east side of the building where that front entrance is. And I appreciate your community engagement and your willingness to make those changes. I hope that you do projects like this with a partnership with affordable housing in other parts of the country. I hope this is the first of many. We need it across the country. And I hope you take our concerns not as a frustrating obstacle to reaching your goals, but as an example of how much we all love and care about our community, and we want to make sure we're delivering the best project possible to the future residents and patrons of this project. And so that gets me to my question. Just, on that east side of the building where we are going to see a lot of pedestrian traffic coming out of the building, going into the building as shoppers, you've already made some modifications to that area to kind of have traffic calming measures. Can you talk about additional pedestrian priority treatments that could have been applied that you maybe didn't choose to? Maybe this is a question for staff. An example could be, different pavement materials to impact the appearance so that that area right there looks less like a street and more like a shared space for pedestrians.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to take that one. Mike Nikoski with VICA or something.
Yeah, how you doing?
Nice
to meet you. We did look at a lot of different options, including moving that crossing to inward to the site. But there were some topography issues with doing that. It would effectively have eliminated all of the landscaping that we're allowed to provide or able to provide in front because it would require a switchback just because the grades are falling along Glebe, and our site from a topography standpoint is going down, sloping down. So I think that was the biggest thing with regard to the crossing itself. One reason the crossing is 28 feet wide, as shown on the diagram, is for the truck traffic. It is going to be one way, so there isn't going to be traffic moving across it both ways. And we've already talked about it as a team about other mitigation measures that could potentially be implemented, once the site is built and operating, like bringing out pedestal signs that essentially block half of that driveway so that a vehicle is only using a portion of the crossing and providing more, priority to the pedestrian. You see them in road signs all the time that yield to pedestrians in crossings or stop for pedestrians. Those are the kinds of signs we're thinking about literally putting in there as a physical barrier.
And just Mr. Lim, do you feel like there were any missed opportunities for, creating more of a pedestrian priority presence in this particular area?
So a couple things to just lay a marker there. Staff has thoroughly reviewed this. This entrance does not represent a pedestrian safety issue. It represents a conflict point between pedestrians and vehicles. If you put a wall at the back of this sidewalk on the north side of the crossing, it would be no different than a driveway entrance into an urban core area with a continuous sidewalk crossing for pedestrians. And so I think that the one thing that we'll work with the applicant to look at is materiality choice and to see if specifically a concrete tabled crossing, which may not have been specifically called out at this point, is the appropriate material choice. So you have that continuity of a concrete sidewalk across a raised tabled crossing to another concrete sidewalk. These are 10-foot wide sidewalks, which match the same size as the crosswalk. And so it is absolutely important to prioritize the pedestrians here. We think that many steps have been taken. The challenges by the commission and the community in doing such have been very critical throughout this process. We greatly appreciate the effort and input that has been brought forward. And so we'll just double check on
top is approximately 17 feet. So the tabletop itself is larger than the crossing. So the vehicle is going to hit that apron, slow down, and then there's an additional buffer before the actual marked crossing. I just wanted to point that out for the commission.
Thank you, staff, because as I mentioned at the last SPRC meeting, this was a huge concern of mine as well. For those who spoke tonight, those who are listening on TV or however they're listening, hopefully it's clear to you by now that those of us up here are agreeing with you completely. It is, however, our job to go through all the parts of this and make sure that whatever changes be made, that, we're responsibly looking out for those who will be there in the future, as well as anybody else who comes in that area. So you might perceive it as nitpicking, but it is what we are, obliged to do in our appointments. From the start of this, and the applicant even said it tonight, the store has driven most of the design. And the conflicts come in when you start to put a couple hundred people there and a couple of, other activities that go on there. And it starts to make those of us who have seen a number of site plans in our day very nervous about what might happen. Again, having worked with Mr. Gibson for many years on many things, I trust you, but I'm still a little nervous about this. So should this project move forward, I have some things that I might strongly recommend to the applicant and to Goodwill. And these are along the lines of Ms. Malloy's, together we can do so much. So one of those things is I would hope that you would have a very robust resident orientation on just how you are supposed to navigate and what you should and shouldn't do. There are kids that are going to want to be out in front. They're not going to get that they go all the way to the back of the building to play. It's a great place out there to do chalk and, hopscotch and stuff like that. Somebody in the beginning of all this needs to be really monitoring everything to make sure that those kids are discouraged from doing that and go to the back, obviously in a very nice way. The same thing has to be true for drop-off. I don't care if it's flyers or whatever you do. Somebody needs to be oriented so that everybody gets the gist of this. Communication leads to understanding. Without it, my concern, as many of my colleagues, is that we're going to have a disaster, which nobody wants here. Also for the store, when we've talked about the folks who have the special needs to park out there, and you all said that you will monitor this and take care of it. The folks who use the store and stuff use it as a thank you for coming in, by the way, blah, 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 blah. So just an outright communication effort. The same thing for the daycare for folks who are coming. Just an orientation, a safety awareness. And then that semi truck that is going to be backing out onto that plaza. That frightens me more than anything. That has got to be a priority. If we are prioritizing pedestrian safety, this has got to be a priority of how this happens so nobody gets run over or hurt or anything like that. So, and when the fair comes, so Glebe is crazy most of the time anyway, but when the fair is there, it's even crazier. So even if you have to have special buses or whatever it is that you're going to do, Glebe is not a safe road to cross. And unless we get it to a point where it's down to 2 lanes with, all sorts of stops and things, this is my apprehension with what this plan is. And I understand that you have very limited space to do a lot of things with. But at the end of the day, we owe it to the community to make sure that we have checked the boxes for everybody involved here. So thank you.
If it might be possible to respond to a couple of those, because there was a lot of suggestions in there and maybe some more team members could.
Could we hold on just 1 second, sir, please? Commissioner Patel and Weir have had their hand up for
Okay,
a minute.
and I've
So
called on the list, so I'm going next. Then we had
Okay.
Commissioner Berkey, Commissioner Starley, and then we'll do Commissioner Patel and Commissioner Weir.
Okay.
And someone will remind me of that because that's a lot of things I just said.
Okay.
Yes, the applicant can respond to Commissioner Bagley briefly, please. Thank you.
Okay.
So I might turn to Josh as far as, resident monitoring program, or do you want to speak to about the semi trucks and how those are unloaded?
Sure. So a couple of things. I really appreciate your comments about the safety. So what you're speaking of really resonates with me because in our operation, that type of orientation is important. And these are things that we do on a micro scale. We do these in stores constantly. We want to orient you so that you can do things safely, so you do things properly, and that we do things well, not just for the consumer, but the sake of the team members as well. So I have a lot of respect for what you said about orienting people and taking control of that in advance. So thank you for those comments. The semi trucks, to me, I take that it's near and dear under my umbrella of responsibility. The transportation department reports under retail itself. As you all know, we've talked a lot. I'm the vice president of the retail department here. And that process is something that we handle internally. This is something that we will do off hours to mitigate that as well. And it's a two-person job. And in today's environment, when we move trailers, it's a two-person job, right? Someone stops, someone gets out, someone comes outside. When we do this in other more normalized situations during the day, and we stop, drop, and roll to make sure that's done properly and safely. The good thing is that does not happen. I know the comment was about traffic 24 hours a day. That does not happen while the daycare is opening, or is open for operation. That doesn't happen while the store is even open. That happens off hours for that reason. If there is someone in that drive aisle, if there's children outside late at night, there's still someone there to mitigate that, to pull someone back. And we have training for that we do internally today above and beyond what's required for us to do, just to make sure that we run a safe operation. So I just want to take a moment and just kind of reassure you that I hear what you're saying, and we are very committed to making sure that from that standpoint, that's a very safe operation. Okay.
Very quickly, I'll also add that, completely share the idea that socialization and communication absolutely critical. We have in our operating budgets, in our financial plans, budget for on-site resident services. We always do an orientation and sort of a welcome package to folks who move into our new communities, and that's certainly an important part. Mixed use is great. This is likely potentially the first mixed use building that a lot of our residents will have ever lived in. So the parking garage will have a lot of shared uses. The site itself on the surface also has a lot of shared uses. So absolutely.
So I'm going to echo to a point, I will do so briefly, support for what a lot of the other commissioners have said. I think what we're hearing here is really the appropriate echo of what was a very engaged, very active SPRC process. I had the opportunity to attend a couple of those meetings, and it had some of the highest turnout in terms of planning commissioner attendance and overall attendance of the SPRC membership roster of any projects that I've seen recently. And that's a testament to the importance of the project, to the well-intentions behind the project, to the interest of this community in seeing this project be a success. So to echo Commissioner Bagley, none of the feedback that I think you're getting tonight is intended to somehow derail our interest in seeing this project be a success. We want it to succeed. I think that we have varying levels of concern as to what might be roadblocks, transportation speak, to the success of the project, and that's where some of the feedback is coming from. But our interests are all aligned in having this project be a success. You know, we have a long-standing relationship with Goodwill. We have a long-standing relationship with AHC in this community, And those are relationships that are extremely important to maintain. And I think this, could be really a model for future success, for goodwill and for affordable housing, not just in Arlington, but elsewhere, in our neighboring communities. We've heard from the neighbors, many of the neighbors. I really appreciate you guys did date night here. I'm going to suggest it to my husband at some point. He won't take me up on it, but that's fine. But the interest that the community has in this being a success, I think speaks volumes too. So there are valid concerns that have been raised, and I think that, to echo what Commissioner Peterson was getting at with regards to the treatment of the vehicular entrance to the site and how, the experience, pedestrians, there is an opportunity. There's a lot of uses happening on the site. There's the potential at any hour of the day you could have children or the elderly or whomever, pedestrians coming in and out of that site, and that Glebe Road is busy. We can't necessarily, change the dynamic of Glebe Road through this process, but I think a lot of what I'm hearing is that some of our concerns are de facto, the way that Glebe Road is going to be more challenging for this site. So I do think we need to, as a community, and whether that's working with VDOT or otherwise, think about ways we can, allow this site to be successful within the constraints of, hey, Glebe Road is what it is. We're going to be able to maybe influence some change on that, but it's not going to be, night and day. So I think we do need to think about what that can be done to manage that. I think the treatment of that entrance to the site is critical, and whatever can be done to really, different pavers, making it impossible for cars to go quickly into the site is essential. And however, this body votes at the end of this evening, I think I expect to see motions and some recommendations that focus on that, because I think that is something that we can control. And in the messaging we send to the county board, I think that's part of the message we absolutely want them to hear. So, with that in mind, I am still excited about the project. I think, the commission as a whole is excited about the project. We want this to be the best project it can be because it's so important for the partnership that it represents and what it means to the community. That's what I had to say. I'm pretty sure I said Commissioner Berkey, Commissioner Sarli, Commissioner Patel, Commissioner Weir. Commissioner Berkey, go.
Thank you. Yeah, I concur with the thanks expressed by my colleagues, but again, thank you to staff, especially Kevin Lamb, for shepherding this project. Many thanks to the applicant and all the work that you've all done behind the scenes. And then also to Commissioner Sarli and Commissioner Robertson. I really think this was a very productive SPRC process. I do agree with my colleagues that site conditions matter. We all have had experiences where, despite our best efforts, having folks on site, communicating, training, those types of things, ultimately site conditions matter 24 hours a day, right? And so that's why we're sweating the details here. I'll just be candid. I share a lot of these concerns. I don't agree that these concerns necessarily warrant a deferral of this site plan. Spoiling the lead there. I do believe that this does meet a number of the goals of our comprehensive plan, especially housing, transportation, our environmental goals. When we consider the proposal, especially with regards to the safety, the site flow, I think we also have to consider the alternatives, and I think we have, which is an unsatisfactory, unsafe status quo that is very car dominated with multiple egresses that you all have talked about. And then the possibility that I'm not asking you to speak of, but there's always the possibility that we have applicants decide to do a different redevelopment proposal that doesn't necessarily meet the goals. And so that's always, a counterfactual that we need to consider as well, and that I'm weighing. I definitely concur with Chair Steinberger about anything that we can do to slow traffic into that crosswalk. And I think that you all, have basically made that commitment to do so. We should consider, I want to clarify, I think that you all already spoke to this, but moving the crosswalk closer to Glebe is not practical because of the grade change. Okay, great. So we've talked about that. It is worth noting, I think we originally had, was it 12 spaces? Surface spaces? 16. So we've come from 16 down to 4 that are now angled at 45 degrees. and it's one way. So I see that as a significant improvement, especially it being one way. My concern always was traffic coming in multiple directions. And so I think that gives a bit more predictability to our pedestrians. And then also considering, the hours of drop off compared to the hours of our schools. One thing, I don't know that I'll make a motion on this, but I'm just wanting the record, maybe in the report for this. I have strongly do not want to see a minor site plan amendment or anything like that down the road to reconfigure this into being a two-way configuration as far as that flow. I think that one-way aspect of the circulation now has been pretty critical to my views, at least on this site plan. Because I think the reality that this site, I think that what we're struggling with is when we see sites like this, especially with housing, it's really trying to accommodate the housing and prioritize that. And the reality is that this site is driven by your business model, which is very car-centric. That's how people are dropping off donations, and that has to be served. And you are trying to accommodate that with this great housing goal. And so I think, to my fellow commissioners, I think this is something that we're thinking about too, that maybe we don't necessarily want to do this, but this is sort of the practicality that we have to weigh with the very limited geography of the site. So I've spoken long enough. Thank you very much.
Before I go to Commissioner Sally real quick, just so my fellow commissioners are timing, we're going to hear Commissioner Sally, we're going to hear Al, and Commissioner everybody go to the next.
Thank you. I'm going to sort of go down the list of reactions from comments that have been spread out around. So the notion of undergrounding this loop is feasible. I'm just going to make a categorical statement to the opposite because I haven't seen any studies, and this is a bit of a criticism of the process where we are not able to see real studies, right, showing the infeasibility or possibility of something. So I would say absolutely can underground this. I'm working on a project where we're undergrounding a garage on top of a rail yard. So, while we can't shut down the station. So I think, when you say it's undoable, I tend to sort of not take that seriously. And it's another bit of advice that I want to impart to this commission, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. Whenever a developer comes in here and says, absolutely not, you can do it. They just don't want to do it. And that's what it comes down to. The undergrounding of the thing and the concerns with that is really, again, prioritizing the car safety. Again, I'm not concerned with the car safety on the underground garage. If we have to loop under there, I'm really concerned with the pedestrian and the children's safety, which are much more vulnerable than cars. Cars can take a ding or two and survive. Children, not so much. So I think that's my reaction to that comment. The sample of studies verifying these categorical claims. And then the other thing was that for every parking unit that we add, if we did underground this, there would be a significant cost to the unit. Sure. Except we're very flexible with parking unit counts, so we would be happy to reduce the parking requirement and mitigate the cost upswing on that. So again, we're flexible. We're more than happy to work with you. Let's look at this sort of and keep the priorities focused. And then staff. Mr. Gibson mentioned that this has been thoroughly reviewed by staff and this is as safe as it can get. And I agree. I think you guys have done a superb job. But safer would be to not have that intersection there, right? So yes, we're doing the safest possible intersection that we're having where kids are crossing over traffic, but even safer would be to not have that crossing, that conflict point, right? So again, if we can eliminate that conflict point, it's the safest possible situation where we don't prioritize cars, we prioritize pedestrians. And finally, on the semi-truck schedule, right? I totally appreciate that Goodwill does do this off hours, and that's great. I will keep, remind that the affordable housing constituency, right? Don't always do a 9 to 5 work hour, right? These are people that have jobs that are overnight, like nurses and janitorials. So they are coming in from their job at 3 a.m. when the truck is parked in front of the building, right? So there is a possibility of conflict by the nature of the partnership, right? So again, I totally agree. There's not much of an option on that. We have to get the truck off hours. It is the best use of the situation. But, we have to keep in mind that there will be the possibility of conflict that wouldn't be on a regular situation. And then I had one question, which I think was not brought up anywhere along the whole conversation. And I don't know if we have time to discuss it, but PUDO. I have no idea where PUDO is going to occur on this site. Staff?
Yeah, I'd like to answer that.
And I apologize that we didn't bring this up during the SPRC, mostly because we were focused on the safety thing. But I think it's something that we ought to flag. I don't think this is a big deal, but we ought to at least plan for it and make sure that's on our radar.
So I'll let the applicant confirm this, but through the design process, the addition of the second lobby and the widening of the rear pass-throughs, allowing a 24/7 pass-through with 20 feet of clearance at the rear of the building provides one of the PUDO locations. I fully suspect that the 4 spaces off hours or at other times will also be PUDO. People will pull in there and drop a person off. They'll pick a person up. They'll loop back around. There are no on-street parking spaces along Glebe Road, and we do not want, obviously, to encourage vehicles to do that. And so if the applicant wants to talk about their design, please.
Yeah, I could talk a little bit about the operations. One of our management partners, have looked at this site design as well because, doing something new together, I'm not sure that we will get every detail of our operation right when we start. But we're partners with Goodwill, and we will learn how to modify operations or change. The initial idea is that all mail delivery would be in the front of the building. In the back of the building will be the resident sort of package drop-off area because there's more space there and it's separated from the other uses that we're talking about in the front. That second lobby really is key. The expansion of our always open loop is an important part of being able to do a one-way circuit rather than needing two-way traffic. I'm not sure if I should go line by line about the rest. Yeah. Underground, yeah, okay, great, thank you.
And then, so a quick follow-up with that. My suspicion is that you guys are going to be dealing with people pulling into the diagonal parking spots, doing something that you're going to have to deal with on a daily routine, no matter what the design ends up being. It just invites that, because once they realize that this is a long loop all the way around the building, a lot of people are going to try to avoid that.
I don't know if you just called on me. Your mic wasn't on.
I did. Sorry, Commissioner Patel, you're up.
So my concern, or I don't want to say my concern, I echo Commissioner Peterson's comments about the value, and actually all of my colleagues' comments about the value that this project brings to the community on so many levels. I mean, you have the tangible, creation of deeply affordable housing in Arlington. You have the tangible, affordable childcare, which is, dare I say, almost non-existent in this county. The other intangibles that come from, reuse of personal property in the way that Commissioner Sarli was talking about, and the environmental benefits that come from that. I don't share some of the concerns that my colleagues have raised around the kind of pathway around, or the road surface around the building. I'm sorry, Commissioner Lantelmi, I wasn't able to hear your comments. The mic went out with some of your comments. I was able to catch some of the stuff that you were saying about the earlier site in Courthouse and the having to walk across the parking lot, but then everything after that pretty much went away. So I'm sorry if I start repeating something you've already said. But as a consumer of daycare service right now, many of these daycares are located or co-located, right? They're located in spaces where there are a lot of competing interests. And I will say, in the very young years of my current daycare attendee, both of the Yeah, I mean, both of the programs that he has attended, 2 out of 3 programs have been co-located. Mixed uses with, ingress and egress happening in multiple ways, commercial as well as, PUDO happening at the same time. And I agree with Commissioner Bagley. I mean, there has to be a lot of strong messaging and communication and orienting people to understanding what is happening in a particular space and to be able to manage safety in that way. I am a little bit, I kind of wanted to follow up a little bit more on the pickup and drop off because I think I don't really fully understand what that looks like. And I feel like maybe that is a place, if it's not, you're hearing my daycare attendee next to me. So sorry for the background noise. But I don't necessarily understand fully that. I will say what I notice oftentimes for places that are engaging in the childcare business is parents are not often opting for the garage opportunity, and they are looking for that surface level parking opportunity to be able to get their kids. And I don't know if that extra bay is something you guys are saying is like pickup and drop off is going to happen at the door, like you pull up and your kid's going to be brought to you, or if it really is going to require some form of parking. I mean, of course, if it's like your kid is being brought to you at the end of the day, then that's going to be less of an issue. And I would love to hear if that's going to be the path forward for you. But I do agree that at pickup and drop off times, parents are likely going to use those 4 spaces. I disagree with Commissioner Sarli. I don't think that they're going to back out and try to get onto Glebe Road. Again, 2 different spaces that we've used daycare. Parents don't violate traffic laws or directional, signage telling you which way you're supposed to go in those spaces because I think they're hyper aware around safety for pedestrians, particularly young people. But I would like to know a little bit more about the pickup and drop off options at this site.
I'm going to
Thank you.
interject a bit because this was covered heavily at the SPRC. The applicant wants to briefly address how the very specific plans for the daycare pickup drop off are going to work. That's fine. I want all commissioners to have the same information, but real brief because this was covered heavily at the SPRC.
It just got really confusing in this last iteration of the discussion. So I don't understand what's happening now versus where discussions may have been before.
Can I just make a quick correction? I said PUDO, not parent pickup and drop off. So,
the daycare, so let's answer that because I think we already addressed the PUDO. If you want to clarify where PUDO just be pickup drop off, not related to daycare. That's a different, right, that's different than pickup and drop off of your child.
Right. So this will be subject to a future use permit, but basically all of the parents will use the donation loop, and there will be a separate bay that will be open 24/7 because that's also the secondary residential entrance. They will drop their children off there. There will be an attendant to come and pick up the child and take them into the facility. For those that have longer term needs, dropping things off, there will be dedicated parking spaces in the garage that they can use. Michael?
For clarification, is your question specifically about childcare or about PUDO?
It was, and I apologize because sometimes the audio is not clear. We're having some audio challenges virtually, so I apologize if I did not get what Commissioner Sarli was saying. That's where some of my confusion was, and so I appreciate the clarification and the reminder of how things are going to be moving forward with the daycare, because I do think that is the best option, right? It's like to bring your kid out or drop off. But to the extent that there was some discussion about the use of the surface parking spots, that's where some of my confusion came. So I appreciate the clarification.
The surface parking spots are not related to picking up and dropping off your child. The flow we've gone through for how the walking, getting your child out of the car into the facility, I think that's been addressed. Commissioner Patel, are you satisfied with the response with regards to the pickup drop off of children for the daycare?
I am, and I think that lessens my concern that was raised by Commissioner Sarli about the use of those 4 parking spots and what that could potentially mean for traffic right there at that intersection or the conflict point.
Okay, we're going to go to Commissioner Weir.
Thank you. Commissioner Berkey made the point regarding my biggest concern, which has to do with the possibility of given that the actual width from curb to curb isn't changing, and that the width of the street by the parking, by the 4 teaser parking spots isn't changed. I share the concern about the possibility that this could be built, or even before it's built, that there's a request for a minor site plan amendment to try to reintroduce the two-way traffic in front of the building, and I will either support or perhaps introduce a motion indicating the commission's sense that would not be a minor site plan amendment, and that such a change would need to come, should come back to the commission. That's all on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weir. I don't believe there's anything for the applicant or staff to respond to on that, Commissioner Weir, correct? Okay, hearing nothing, we'll move forward. We're going to talk about child care.
If someone wants to, I don't know if you were speaking to me, Madam Chair, or not. If someone wants to speak up, I would be happy to hear what their responses are. I was struggling to get off mute. Thank you, and sorry.
That's okay. Applicant, do you have a response?
I might tag team this with Michael, but I'll just say too, we are opening to, or we have no intention to reintroduce two-way traffic. And I will also say too, we are certainly open to continuing to explore ways to prioritize pedestrian safety at that crosswalk, be it signage, special paper materials, as we move to the board. In terms of the issue about undergrounding being not feasible, again, it really depends on how much money you've got to throw at something. And these are two of, nonprofit organizations that are trying to build a new donation center and affordable housing. And it's not just underground parking. I know we can reduce the amount of parking and seek a parking modification, but it's everything that also goes with it. It's the different types of uses, all the different users that are going to be going around in the circulation and everything like that, that really does drive up the cost. So Mike, I don't know if you have anything else to add to that, but I wanted to say it's not just the parking, so.
I mentioned cost because it's real. I did not start with it. I started with safety because it's safer to bifurcate the uses, and that's a fact.
Okay, we are going to move on to the next topic. I do appreciate everyone. I just want to be cognizant that that was technically all one topic, and we still have other topics, and it's almost 9:30. And I want these people to still like me, not just because I'm funny. Okay, childcare, daycare. I would say we've talked about that to a point in terms of the other items, the safety item, but Commissioner Berkey, the floor is yours. This was your topic.
Very small question. We've talked at great length about pickup drop-off through automobiles, and maybe this is covered, but if it wasn't, I need some clarification. If you were to walk to the childcare, or if you wanted to ride a bike, where would that entry be? Is it on the back of the building?
It would be up along the new Arlington Boulevard Trail, and then there would be sort of the off-ramp serpentine trail that takes you up to the secondary residential entrance.
Oh, great. And then follow up, are there any bike racks contemplated by that entrance?
There are 2 bike racks by that secondary residential entrance.
Great. As somebody who takes their child to childcare in a bike, that is much appreciated. All right, thank you.
Question with regards to childcare. Are a certain number of the spots anticipated for the daycare going to be reserved for residents of the building?
The intention is yes. We are partnering with Northern Virginia Services, which is a great leader in affordable. They do Head Start, obviously, but they also do mixed subsidized models, which we're looking at because the federal poverty line is not tied to low-income housing tax credit AMI, unfortunately. So there's a little bit of calibration to make sure that our tenant population is served by a mix of Head Start and kind of subsidized contributions. But yeah, the intention is, we're going to have 94 2- and 3-bedroom apartments on this site. Goodwill will also have a significant staff presence. And in our conversations and reviewing the site plans with NVFS, we expect and definitely hope that many of the spaces would be filled almost completely with our own population on the site.
And that would include residents, and I think you made a really good point, staff at Goodwill if they have children.
Absolutely.
Okay, I love that you're thinking in that capacity, and I think that's really smart and vital to the success of the partnership long term. So I'm thrilled to hear that.
Thanks.
Anyone else want to be heard on the topic of childcare, daycare? Oh, Commissioner Guevara. You're on.
Do you know what percentage would be subsidized? I know it's sort of perhaps too early to know that equation of the number that would be subsidized, or I saw the applicant or who you're partnering with sent in a letter.
They did, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It is a bit too early, I think, to promise. Head Start is obviously full subsidized. The rest of their model is not something that I'm an expert on, but InVFS uses a combination of sort of parent pay and local or state subsidy to bring down the cost. They indicated today that typically for a household of 4, the cutoff for their subsidy model is about $90,000, which almost exactly lines up to what 60% AMI is, which is the highest like tenant population level that we'll be serving. I don't know, I suspect many of Goodwill's employees will also be in that category. And with our enhanced Arlington Boulevard Trail, I would say we know we have some neighbors just on the other side that there's like a tunnel underpass right by the Capitol Bike Share where the State Department corner is, that we, I imagine that there will be probably 3 buildings and 1 retail store that will fill the whole child care center. That's our hope.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I saw their letter, and it made me really look forward to having them as your provider.
Thanks.
Okay. Affordable housing. Anyone wishing to be heard on the topic of affordable housing? Commissioner Berkey.
Thank you. Okay, 2 questions. These would both be for HC. So right now, the base affordability term would be 30 years. So the units right now, if no changes were made, would be affordable at either 30, 40, 50, or 60% AMI for 30 years. Are there any plans whereby which you could contemplate extending that affordability term?
Absolutely. We hope that there will be AHIF in our capital stack someday, and for as long as Arlington County is a partner in the site to resubordinate, you move your affordability forward, and the intention is basically indefinite. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, second question. Sort of a big one, but I think it really does warrant asking. So just a couple thoughts. I'm so excited about this project. HC is not only the biggest as far as having the number of units, but I believe the oldest affordable housing provider in Arlington County. I don't know when you all were founded. I think it was in the early 1980s, maybe earlier. What was it, Jennifer? 75, 1975. So HC has a long history with Arlington County, a deep part of our community. Unfortunately, in the past few years, there's been some challenges, at least at one particular property, the Serrano. A lot of community members were involved with that. Certainly a lot of folks at the HC management team. I think you still hear the CEO, Mr. Bernard, is here, which I deeply appreciate. Done a lot of work with him. And I'm just noting that this is the first site plan that the county will have heard since, those challenges. A lot of work was done by housing staff, by AHC, leadership and staff. That was a long preamble. There's a question. The question I think is for you, Josh, which is basically, as you all are proposing this site plan and will have these units here, what commitments can AHC make to the community to ensure that we won't have similar types of situations that we've had at other properties in the past, that we will basically be doing better in the future. And I will caveat this with saying, some of those properties were older properties. This is a brand new one, right? But what type of commitments can you make to the community?
Thank you. I will sub in Paul Bernard, who you mentioned was our CEO, to put the question and answer into context.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate being here this evening. As you can see, a number of things have already changed at AHC, me being one of them. Been here for the last 2 years. For the last year, we've really taken a look at two things, how we communicate, how we provide our services. And if you look at now our mission, we put right up front where residents are at the heart of everything that we do. And so I would submit to you going forward, we've doubled down in terms of, our ability and our desire to deliver the right types of mission. We are certainly resourced to do that. Even when we talk about the Serrano, I believe we've made a lot of strides, both in terms of how we've invested in the residents, how we've invested in relationships. And most folks know that, turning that trust level around, it takes time. But I think we're there in terms of opening up lines of communication, being responsive, and having the right partners on board. So, we're committed as an organization. And if you look at our strategic plan, we are even more committed as an organization to double down on resident services and contact both with residents as well as the community. Hopefully that addresses some of your concerns.
No, great. Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wants to be heard on affordable housing? Commissioner Guevara.
Do you have an estimate of a potential AHIF contribution is going to be?
We do not. You may know that there have been 2 years in a row now that there has not been a NOFA for AHIF. Financing affordable housing is really challenging. And so we are working as hard as we can to be creative for other socially motivated capital and soft financing sources. It is an absolute strain on affordable housing development that there haven't been NOFAs, although I know tomorrow there's going to be a non-NOFA AHIF commitment that will be great. But we're doing all that we can to be creative and hope that there will be a NOFA we can compete for. But until we know that, we're doing
I
our best
attended
for
this
other sources.
seminar on funding for nonprofit. I know how challenging it is, so I commend you for trying to do that.
You are Navaja,
Yeah.
Terraces East.
Yeah. Thank you. So I was just wondering.
Thank you. Okay, so our final topic for this agenda item is biophilia. Does anyone have anything? Oh, Commissioner Bagley.
Yeah, just for the record, well, two things. One, Dr. Byrne, who, as you know, all of us know, takes the time to step up for the butterflies, for the monarchs mostly, which is important. It's another stakeholder, and it's important to all of us environmentally. I think that I asked this at the last SPRC, but can you confirm that there will be common milkweed there? That's what I thought.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Krebs from VICA. I'm the landscape architect, and I can confirm with the most recent submission, the common milkweed has been added to the plant list.
Awesome. And what I'd also like to see there, because too many times in the past where there are folks who are in low-income housing, they haven't had the opportunity for biophilia, which is human interaction with nature. This is an opportunity for you with your mission to take it even further when the kids are there for the daycare, when your residents are there, encouraging the kids not to play in that lot, but to go to the back with some sort of, interaction with the nature and also just a learning. These are kids that are going to be coming out and they will be the ones in the future that hopefully lead. And we need to make sure that, they are trained to do that. So whatever you can do to take this to a different level so that it becomes, not just this very special project for the various things that it's contributing, but even more so with that. So thank you.
Just briefly, we couldn't agree more. And I think we have the opportunity with the preservation of the natural area in the back corner, an opportunity to provide, interpretive signage. It's immediately adjacent to the play area. We'll have a very robust planting plan, native primarily, throughout the project. We can have plant identification tags, all that kind of stuff, which will sort of foster that curiosity that children have. And I think it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, and I'd also like to add, you may want to reach out to like the master gardeners or something and see if they would do a project there where they would work with the residents to, learn about gardening and, ecosystems and things where it would be a fun and learning type of thing. So thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on the topic of biophilia? Okay, that runs through our list of topics. I don't see any online hands raised, so I think we are at the point of being ready for a motion. I'm going to look to Commissioner Sarli for his first motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin by thanking my co-chair, Robertson, Arlington County staff for all the work that they put into this and promoting and advancing this very, very exciting project that's coming to the fore. I will thank the applicant and the partners in the working together and creating this opportunity, which again, just cannot go on enough about it. But I really would like to also thank, and they're not here tonight, the SPRC members that attended, all the different groups that were represented at the SPRC sessions and really contributed to the conversation. And my apologies to the Parks Recreation rep who got frustrated when we took a little bit too much oxygen out of the room talking about the safety issue. And we finally got to the trees. So that was nonetheless covered at the end, and hopefully he felt like he expressed his concerns. But I really appreciate citizens that come out to these evening meetings and contribute and participate and really help Arlington County. With that, I will make the motion. First motion for the evening. I recommend that the planning committee, how's it go again? I forget. I move that the planning commission recommend that the county board defer approval of SP number 474 due to the safety concerns at the building pedestrian entrance and inconsistency with Arlington's GLUB provision for quality design that encourages mixed-use development that promotes pedestrian-oriented design and access to transit. The commission recommends the applicant separate resident pedestrian traffic from vehicular traffic related to daycare or Goodwill drop-off and locate the building with a direct frontage on Glebe Road.
A second.
Seconded by Commissioner Robertson. Commissioner Sarli, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I feel like the conversation has covered pretty much all of the concerns.
I'm not going to disagree with you. Commissioner Guevara, were you trying to speak? No. Okay. Would anyone else like to be heard on this motion before a vote?
Just quick.
I just wanted to say I do not plan to support this. I understand all of the reasons to support it, but I do think that we don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This project offers so much value to the community, and so that for that reason I won't be supporting the deferment, but I will be introducing a motion to keep working on pedestrian safety issues.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
I could not said it better, so I won't. I also will not be supporting this motion.
Commissioner Berkey.
I concur with Commissioners Peterson and Lantelmi.
I feel like we just take the vote this way, but I'm in the same boat. Despite my concerns here, I think the perfect cannot be the enemy of the good here.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move us to a vote then. Oh, what the hey, we'll start on this side. Commissioner Streiner.
Nay.
Commissioner Bagley.
Nay.
Commissioner Peterson.
Nay.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Nay.
Commissioner Guevara.
Nay.
Commissioner Berkey.
Nay.
Commissioner Sarli.
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson. Commissioner Patel.
Nay.
Commissioner Weir.
Nay.
Commissioner Steinberger abstains. That motion fails 9-1 with 1 abstention. Is there a second motion?
Yes. I'm looking at Commissioner Tenley. I don't know that I have the latest text. Did you want to make the motion?
Well, I can do the zoning. Do the zoning first.
Yeah, I think the zoning goes first.
Okay. I move the Planning Commission recommends to the County Board to adopt the attached ordinance to rezone the property located at 10 South Glebe Road, RPC number 23-001-034 from R6 one family dwelling district and C2 service commercial community business district to CO1 mixed use district.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion to this? Can we move to the vote? One moment. Okay. Commissioner Strainer?
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Guevara?
Aye.
Commissioner Berkey?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger votes aye. The motion carries 11-0 unanimously. Is there a next motion, Commissioner Peterson?
Do you want to do
So are we going to do the motion and then do the amendment after we do the motion? All right.
Yes.
All right, I move that the Planning Commission recommend that to the County Board to adopt the attached ordinance for SPLN 23-00008, SP number 474, to permit the construction of up to approximate 2.99 FAR total density, including approximately 144,040 square feet of residential GFA, 31,385 square feet of retail GFA, and 3,000 square feet of child care center GFA with modifications for additional density, reduced residential and retail parking ratios, compact parking for rental use and residential visitors, required loading spaces, side and rear setbacks, density exclusions, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development located at 10 South Glebe Road, subject to the conditions of the attached ordinance.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Strainer. Any discussion to this motion? There will be following motions after this. Oh.
I'm sorry.
Now I'm confused. We're going to amend the motion that he just read? Huh? Yes. Okay. Commissioner
So we do the
Sarli?
amendment now? Okay.
Okay. Sure.
I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the County Board advise the applicant to separate residential pedestrian traffic from vehicular traffic at the building pedestrian entrance to support Vision Zero pedestrian safety goals and uphold Arlington's urban design conventions. So now we're voting. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have a point of clarification. Shouldn't we vote on the original motion before we move on?
Vote on the original motion. I didn't understand I don't think we can move to the clerk?
Well, isn't this a friendly amendment?
Oh, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Matt Pfeiffer with the Planning Division.
Thanks.
If you wish to amend this motion, you would make the motion and then vote on the main motion as amended.
Right.
Okay, so shouldn't Commissioner Sarli then have read the motion with what he wanted it to propose? Couldn't he have just read everything as one? He didn't have to amend it.
No.
Correct. I think as this was set up, as what I've seen is that these are sort of amendments to the main motion. I think you made the main motion, it has been seconded, now you make the amendments to that main motion. You vote on those amendments, whether those are
stand or not.
Whether you guys agree with those amendments to the main motion or not. So those will get individual votes. Then you vote on the whole thing as amended.
Overall.
Correct.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, Chair Steinberger, this is not a substantive amendment to the motion. It's a standalone motion. he's asking for additional considerations to be made. It's not a true amendment to the motion. So I think we should vote on the original motion, and then we can vote on the addition. What he's asking for is additional considerations.
I tend to agree with that. Okay, so we're voting on the motion that was made. Do not amend your motion because we will handle that as a standalone motion if you're amenable to that.
All right, so I will not read the motion, but we will do the first motion only.
Yes, what you just read and Commissioner Streiner seconded.
We are scratching that?
No, we're voting on that.
I thought we just decided from Commissioner Patel's recommendation that we need to move on the main motion first and then make a second motion. That would be what we're calling the amendment.
That's as a separate motion, not as an amendment to the motion you just read.
To standalone.
It will be a standalone.
Oh, sorry, so we're going with the
become a
standalone
standalone
first. Got
yeah.
it. Okay. Okay.
So for everyone's sake, can you read the motion one more time since we've
Absolutely.
had some discussion? And
okay,
this is what is on the floor. This is what we're going to be voting on. It's already been seconded. Commissioner Sarli is just reading it for clarification. Thank you.
Standalone motion. I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the county board advise the applicant to separate resident pedestrian traffic from vehicular traffic at the building pedestrian entrance to support Vision Zero pedestrian safety goals and uphold Arlington's urban design conventions.
Wait, nope, you're
wrong.
reading
Steinberger, yeah.
No, yeah. We need to read the motion, the staff motion. That's what's before us.
Okay, I will read this. So that is the main motion.
That is the motion.
Okay.
And we're not going to amend that. We're going to do your language as a standalone, separate motion, a third motion after.
Got it. I thought I asked specifically that question, but okay.
Yeah, but then we went back and forth.
I misunderstood. My bad. All right. We've already had it moved and seconded, so I'm just repeating for the sake of the record, right? Okay. Adopt the attached ordinance for SPLN 230008 SB number 474 to permit construction of up to approximately 2.99 FAR total density, including approximately 144,040 square feet of residential GFA, 31,385 square feet of retail GFA, and 3,000 square feet of child care center GFA with modifications for additional density reduced residential and retail parking ratios, compact parking for retail use and residential visitors, required loading spaces, side and rear setbacks, density exclusions, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development located at 10 South Glebe Road, subject to the conditions of the attached ordinance.
It's already been moved and seconded. We are now moving to a vote.
Can I ask a question?
Commissioner Bagley has a question? Yes.
Okay, I'm just a little confused. Sorry, it's late. It's Valentine's Day. Okay, so if I will support one of these other amendments, I feel funny voting yes or no on the main motion because it's going to be amended maybe later. I just don't remember it being like this in the past, so.
Be amended.
I mean, I feel like now I should abstain because there's some things in here that I'm looking to in these other things for that, so. And I see my colleague over here shaking his head as well, so I'm just confused.
Yeah, if I could add on that. Because some of the amended motions that we were talking about, I do see them as connected to the main motion. I don't see them as separate. And my support for the main motion is contingent on amendments to that main motion. And so if we're going to continue as separate motions, I will probably abstain from this main motion.
So Chair Steinberger, he can withdraw his main motion, move on his second and third motion, and then we can come back to the original motion.
Mr. Pfeiffer, is that a recommended course of action?
Doable.
I think you can do that. I don't see any reason why not.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Okay. Recognizing that it's late and this is legitimately getting confusing. Okay, Commissioner Sarli, and I apologize to you. Please withdraw.
I withdraw the motion.
Make your supplemental motions, we'll call them. We will have them still be standalone. And then, depending on how the vote proceeds on that, we will go back to the staff motion as the final action for the evening.
Already?
Mr. Pfeiffer and Madam Clerk, are we good with that? Great. Someone will give me a book of Robert's Rules at some point. I may or may not read it. Commissioner Sarli, please make a motion.
I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the county board advise the applicant to separate residential pedestrian traffic from vehicular traffic at the building pedestrian entrance to support Vision Zero pedestrian safety goals and uphold Arlington urban design conventions.
Second.
Excuse me, the motion has been made and seconded by Commissioner Streiner. I don't believe further discussion is needed. It's been, okay, great. We will move to a vote. Commissioner Robertson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli.
Aye.
Commissioner Berkey.
Aye.
Commissioner Guevara.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Nay.
Commissioner Peterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley.
Aye.
Commissioner Streiner.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Abstain.
Commissioner Weir.
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger votes aye. The motion passes 9-1 with 1 abstention. Thank you.
I'm doing my next one.
Okay.
I have a motion, and this is related to Mr. Gibson saying there was some materiality treatments that could potentially continue to increase pedestrian safety. So if the traffic circulation proceeds as proposed, I move the Planning Commission recommend that the county board direct staff to continue to work with the applicant to design the street around the building using even more pedestrian priority design best practices with the goal of increasing the safety and quality of life of the residents, childcare staff and families, and the customers of Goodwill.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Bagley, seconding? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Patel, I heard you as well, but Commissioner Bagley beat you to it. Okay. I believe this was also discussed this evening. Is there any further discussion? No? Okay. We will move to a vote. Commissioner Streiner.
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley.
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Guevara.
Aye.
Commissioner Berkey.
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli.
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Weir.
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger, aye as well. The motion carries 11-0 unanimously. We now need the main motion to be read. Commissioner Sarli, can you please go back to the staff motion as the main motion and read that? Thank you.
I move that the Planning Commission recommend to the county board adopt the attached ordinance of S.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Weir has a hand raised. Commissioner Weir?
I have another motion to offer, but I think that it can be handled after the main motion.
All right, it's relevant after the main motion? Okay, then put your hand
It's a standalone, so you can, yeah.
Okay, hand down and we'll come to your motion after we've addressed the main motion before us. I apologize. Commissioner Sarli, back to you.
All right, I will start again. I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the county board adopt the attached ordinance of SPLN 23-00008 SP number 474 to permit the construction of up to approximately 2.99 FAR total density, including approximately 144,040 square feet of residential GFA, 31,385 square feet of retail GFA, and 3,000 square feet of child care center GFA with modifications for additional density, reduced residential and retail parking ratios, compact parking for retail use and residential visitors, required loading spaces, side and rear setbacks, density exclusions, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development located at 10 South Glebe Road, subject to the conditions of the attached ordinance.
Second.
Commissioner Bagley, seconds. Oh, we've discussed this a lot. Yeah, we're going to move to a vote. Okay, Commissioner Robertson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli.
Aye.
Commissioner Berkey.
Aye.
Commissioner Guevara.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley.
Aye.
Commissioner Streiner.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
That was an aye?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Steinberger votes aye. The motion passes 11-0 unanimously. Commissioner Weir, I understand you have a motion?
Yes, I do. And let me see if I can, let me see if I can put it on the screen. I move that the Planning Commission find that the one-way traffic in front of the site's proposed on-street parking is a material part of the application's accord with the comprehensive and transportation plans, and that any return to two-way traffic there should be considered a major site plan amendment needing review by the Transportation and Planning Commissions.
I'll second that.
Moved by Commissioner Weir and seconded by Commissioner Lantelmi. Commissioner Weir, I believe you spoke to this before, but do you have anything to add to your motion, to the discussion?
It has, I agree that it has been spoken to in material, in substance.
Excellent. We will move to any further discussion? Okay, we will move to a vote. Commissioner Streiner?
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson?
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi?
Aye.
Commissioner Guevara?
Aye.
Commissioner Berkey?
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli?
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson?
Aye.
Commissioner Patel?
Aye.
Commissioner Weir?
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger votes aye as well. That motion passes 11-0 unanimously. Okay, any other motions? Okay, that item is done. Thank y'all. Madam Clerk, do we have another item this evening?
Just to accept the changes that were made to your liaison assignment sheet.
Okay. Can someone make a motion for unanimous consent to accept the roster?
So moved.
Huh?
So moved.
So moved. Okay, hearing no objection, we've adopted the assignment roster as updated from Monday evening. And I understand there's an update to the NSTA, to one of our SPRC rosters. Commissioner
Yes,
Peterson will speak to that.
Colleagues, earlier this week, you received the proposed SPRC subgroup roster amendments for the NSTA SPRC. Madam Chair, I ask for unanimous consent to amend the previously adopted roster.
Without objection, so moved. Madam Clerk, anything else?
I just wanted to ask, has anyone had any difficulty with our new agenda management web page?
You know I did.
I thought I would ask if anybody
But I finally got it
found
to
everything
work.
okay,
It's a
or
fat finger issue.
it's okay. Everybody good?
Materials?
Okay,
Yeah, you have to hit it just right.
okay. Got it. Okay.
I will also express the chair's appreciation for the updated calendar and other materials that have been so provided to us. So thank you. All right, can I gavel us out?
Gavel us out.
All right, we done.
Yay! Yeah.
Okay with that.
Oh, okay. Sure. Actually, send me an email. Because otherwise I forget.
It's also
Yeah, I still do.
We don't care anymore. We don't care.
I'm heading out of town tomorrow. Yeah, just send me,
I appreciate it.
just a quick email and we can talk.